Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business. Wala pa pala, Mr. President. May I ask for a 1-minute suspension.
All right. Session is suspended again. The session is resumed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2465. This is the Wildlife Conservation Protection Act. So moved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration of 2465 is in order.
Mr. President, to sponsor is our distinguished chairperson, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpolate our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized to sponsor, to continue sponsoring the measure. The parliamentary status is that we are in the period of interpellation. Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm ready to answer questions from Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the Chairman, Senator Villar, I'd like to proceed with some questions, mostly clarificatory questions. I am an advocate of wildlife protection, so most of my questions are really just clarificatory to understand particular provisions, and then if needed, only if needed, I will propose amendments for further clarity. So with the permission of the chairman, I will proceed. I'm actually going page by page, and for the information of the body, it's a 60+ page bill, so I actually have not finished it yet, but I will try to move it along as fast as I can, and I will let you know when I get to the point where I have finished making my review. So I am on page 3, section 4, and we note here that this is about the jurisdiction of the DNR, Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, and the Bangsamoro government. So my understanding is the reason why Palawan Council and Bangsamoro are singled out to be included in the two national government agencies, actually DNR and DA, is because they are the two local governments that actually have a law that governs the care and movement of wildlife. So that's the only reason why these two local agencies are now included in this national bill.
I agree with you, Senator Pia.
Okay, so
They are the only regions where they have a very definite agency that takes care of the environment.
So most likely in the future, because as my experience has been in lawmaking, normally if there's a model law that is looked up upon by other regions, it's very possible that other areas would also, other localities would also come up with their own, and most likely they would be carved out also, and in that new bill that they will create, they will ask to be covered by this law. Now, I'm just looking into the future, Your Honor, because that's usually what happens.
If there's such a bill that will come in the future, then it will be provided for the law to amend this to include them.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I mean, that's just how I see it happening. So may I know, I'm still on section 4. I will enumerate this, no, because I'm just curious why certain types of fauna were included. I do not know. I'm not an expert. I'm just an advocate and very interested in this subject matter. It says here, the DNR shall have jurisdiction over all terrestrial plant and animal species, all turtles and tortoises, and wetland species, including but not limited to crocodiles, water birds, and all amphibians and dugong. I'm just curious, why would there be a need to specify turtles and tortoises, and then crocodiles and water birds? Kasi amphibian is a very general term. Pero yung specific na turtles, crocodiles, inisa-isa. I'm just really curious kasi I'm very particular about inclusions, exclusions. So bakit kaya nagkaganon? And then yung sa dugong, it's specified kasi in the next sentence, si DA naman particularly says that hindi sa kanila ang dugong, nasa DNR. So may I know the reason for those specific mentions of those animals, Your Honor?
I think they are mentioned because they are mostly popular in the Philippines. And so they want to specifically mention yung mga species na popular in the Philippines. And that's why they specify so that there will be no delineation of, there will be delineation of jurisdiction. Pag aquatic resources under DA, so it's DA. So just to clarify things, I think. Para malinaw ang delineation of authority, and then siguro na-mention lang to because they are the things, they are the species present in the Philippines. Siguro, you're mute, Pia.
Yeah, I don't really know if I agree with that because eagles are also well known and protected in the Philippines. Bakit kaya hindi sinama si eagles, di ba? And then kung sa sikat lang, si tarsier, sikat sa Pilipinas dahil sa Bohol, si dugong kasi is mentioned and I know they're only found in certain areas. Ganun din si tarsier. As far as I know, Bohol, I don't know if any other. So I just don't see the logic why merong nababanggit and merong hindi. And this part of the bill, to be clear, is not the amendment of the committee. It's been part of the old law. But maybe just ask Her Honor to go back to DNR. I suppose sila naman yung main na nakakaintindi nito and find out why is there a reason for special mentions and why are others not mentioned. Because there is a principle in law, incluso uno, excluso at otros, what's the other word? Anyway.
Pero kahit naman hindi na-mention, parang examples lang to, kahit hindi na-mention, but if they are present in the Philippines, they are covered by the law.
Actually, Your Honor,
May special mention lang to, pero not really limiting the species covered by the law.
Yes, Your Honor, but there's a principle law, eius den generis, and yun nga yung incluso uno, which would really be, which would matter in how you give examples. So I would still request Her Honor to clarify that because this goes into jurisdiction.
Their answer is because there are generally aquatic resources under DA, so we need to specify them to delineate the jurisdiction.
Okay, let me rephrase that. So the answer is normally aquatic resources would be DA.
Under DA.
But these itong turtles and tortoises the crocodiles, the water birds, and the dugong, tinanggal yan sa general rule, which is DA. So they are the exclusion. That's the better answer, Your Honor. Kasi kanina hindi ko maintindihan yung reason eh. Okay, I understand. Sige. I may propose an amendment for clarity, but because as I said, it's very important in the interpretation of the law because pagka nagkahulihan dyan, ang number one na excuse na ibibigay ng
Hindi sa kanila ang jurisdiction. Yeah.
I'm just being clear Your Honor, para hindi tayo isahan ng mga, kasi ang gumagawa ng kalokohan, lahat ng klaseng palusot iniisip din po. So that's being particular here. All right, moving on.
I'll be very happy to accept your amendment to clarify things. Okay.
Moving on, I think my next question is on page 5, letter E, botanical garden, private or government owned. Because hindi ko pa ho natapos yung review ko, but for purposes of expediting this, may I just know, since I'm already here in the definition of terms, ito bang operation of a botanical garden needs a permit or anyone can do that?
No, I think you need a permit.
Sige. Baka Your Honor,
Whenever you operate a thing, especially that botanical garden refers to an establishment either private or government. Kung government owns yata, hindi kailangan, pero private owned, it should have a permit.
yeah, wala pang siguro yung tungkol sa permit requirement will come up later on. I just already mentioned it because I will follow up with
It says here they have to secure permit from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
what section po yun?
That's the anong section? Yung provision na yun. It says here, I don't know what section in particular that they have to secure permit. I think it's a common knowledge. You don't have to indicate it because any private institution, you have to get a permit. So even if we don't indicate it here, it's part of the law. And if it's wildlife and then you have to secure also from DNR. I think it's not a part of this bill, but it is an accepted practice. Is there a permit here?
I would think, Your Honor,
Baka hindi lang nilagay dito, but it is a practice that they have to secure a permit.
I think, Your Honor, that has to be
Section 36 of RA 9147. Section 36, not of this bill. It's RA 9147, Section 36. It's in another law, Senator Pia.
law is that?
RA 9147. What law is that? Maybe the original law, wildlife law. Because this is strengthening the wildlife conservation. So that is the original law, I think, and now we are passing another law to strengthen the wildlife conservation and protection mechanism, and amending for the purpose Republic Act 9147, otherwise known as the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act. So this is an amendment to that law, and in that law there is a provision for requiring institution to get permit.
Yes. Actually, it's in Section 20 of this bill also. So in Section 20 of this bill, and that's why I was asking because I wanted to be sure there's consistency. So since RA 9147 that you mentioned is the amendment is the law that this bill is amending, no problem, because Section 20 of this bill says in order to effectively implement this act, DNR, DA, CSD, and BMG shall issue permit certifications with corresponding period of validity for such purpose. So, okay naman ako dyan. But specifically, there is now an enumeration, and I don't think botanical garden is here. There you go. Number 10, to operate zoological, botanical, and other similar facilities. Okay, sige. Well, the reason I'm asking also is because, let's go back to the definition. I'm just trying to make life easy also. If it does not qualify as a botanical garden, no need naman for a permit, di ba? So kunyari, mahilig ka lang naman mag-gardening, ang ganda nung garden mo
In your home, in your private home.
your private home, not necessarily kailangan, but that's why I feel there is a need to clarify kasi botanical garden refers to an establishment either private or government-owned. Okay, so private. Okay, so possible yan sa bahay mo. Where a collection of wild flora is maintained, whether it's for recreational, educational, research, conservation, and scientific purpose. So we know very well that during this period of during this pandemic, nagkaroon na rin ho ng napakaraming plantito and plantita. And it's a wonderful sight. It's very nice to see people embracing their environment, di ba? Pero I'm sure Your Honor has also heard of, sa desire talaga, sa passion ng mga plantito and plantita, talagang nag-i-import pa yan ng mga rare kinds of plants. And so, before you know it, baka talagang meron na silang a collection of wild flora for recreational purposes. So they would fall under the definition of botanical garden, and I'm sure they don't have a permit. So I would like clarity as to when a permit is needed and when it is not needed, because there may really be a gray area here, Your Honor.
It's provided there are clarification in section 23. The collection of threatened and other wildlife species as determined and listed pursuant to this act, including its bite, shall be allowed only for scientific or breeding or propagation purposes in accordance with section 6 of this act. The only persons accredited by the DNR, DA, PCSD, and BMG shall be allowed to collect for conservation, breeding, or propagation purposes. So there is a rule also.
Yeah, I can see that now. Kasi as I said, hindi ko pa natapos yung buo, no? But I'm happy
And
pointed that.
in section 24, they define conservation, breeding, and propagation. Okay. So that is definite sila doon. They have a minimum requirement, proven effective breeding, captive management, and propagation technique of the species, commitment to undertake commercial breeding and propagation in accordance with and undertaking to contribute part of viable progenies to species rehabilitation effort as may provided in the regulations, and they will make a list of threatened species for commercial building and shall regularly revise or update such lists as the need rises. So they will define it. So I don't think we should be afraid because they're very specific on those things.
Actually, it says in section 24 that conservation breeding will actually be encouraged. So that's a good thing. It's meant to be a positive thing, di ba? Kasi parang, kung hobby mo na rin naman, di ituloy mo na kasi makakatulong naman yan. That's the point here, right? But to clarify that, I'm reading this as I speak, no? So just bear with me if I'm taking...
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so section 22, which refers section 22, which refers to section 23 of the Republic Act, is being amended, and it says the collection of threatened and other wildlife species as determined and listed pursuant to this act, including products and derivatives, shall be allowed only for scientific or breeding or propagation purposes. So, to be clear, pag threatened, hindi ka pwedeng for recreational, right?
Yeah. And the agencies will regularly review. Siguro nag-iiba din ang definition ng threaten, ng ganon, depende. So they will regularly review the rulings on that. So we are kind of protected.
Okay. On that note, Your Honor, may we know from the experts, ano tong mga, are there threatened wildlife species that they are aware of that are currently being bred nga for recreational purposes? I am not a plantita. I wish I was. I have not yet discovered my green thumb, or it has not discovered me. So bear with me on my ignorance, no? I just want to be educated
Pareho lang tayo.
so we can craft good laws. Question ko is, I just see posts and I'm very envious, no? Kasi nakakabuhay sila ng mga halaman. Actually, I will show you the only plant that I breed here is the edible sprouts. I will just show a picture for visual effect. Kasi sprouts lang yon, after 1 week pwede nang kainin. Yun lang yung kaya kong buhayin. Ayan, teka. Panindigan ko na kasi nabubuhay talaga namin ko sa bahay ko. Teka, can you see that, Your Honor? Find that. There you go. So kinakain yan. So if there's anyone who would like to have fresh sprouts, lahat ng klaseng sprouts, I'm happy to share. So we make
That's your collection.
Hindi naman siya collection kasi edible, so it doesn't last very long. Now you usually eat it within a few days, but it's very tasty with salads, with soup, and sandwiches. Anyway, just a sidebar. So as I said, I would see people, talking about this rare breed and everything. So based on the bill, kung rare talaga yon and it is considered threatened, then they have no business, with all due respect, collecting it, right? Based on this law, based on this bill that will become a law, tama ba? Diba? Kasi sabi dito, the collection of threatened and other wildlife species shall only be allowed for scientific or breeding or propagation purposes in accordance with Section 6 of this Act. So, my understanding is you cannot just be a collector if threatened yan. Kasi just because gusto mo.
No, you have to be regulated by the government. It says here, propagation of threatened species may be allowed provided that the following minimum requirements are met by the applicant: proven expert effective breeding, captive management, and propagation techniques of the species, commitment to undertake commercial breeding and propagation in accordance with Section 17 of this Act, undertaking to contribute part of viable progenies to species rehabilitation efforts as may be provided in the regulation. So they will just have to regulate. And the DNR, together with other agencies, shall prepare a list of threatened species for commercial breeding and shall regularly revise or update such lists as the need arises. So you can do it provided you can meet the requirement.
Yeah.
And then you will really be regulated.
Correct. So my point, Your Honor, here is that the ones I just see being posted, so can we get clarity from the experts? Are they aware that any of these plantitas and plantitos, very well meaning, I'm sure, are there those who are engaged in threatened wildlife species? And if so, do we have the manpower? Have they been alerted, or this will only come into play after this bill is passed? So yun kasi nakikita kong very possible na mangyari na hindi naman sinasadya ng mga plantito and plantita, pero either hindi nila alam na dapat regulated sila. Is it happening already?
I think it's happening already, and they're doing now. But I guess this bill will strengthen their resolve to control this thing. And commercial breeding of fauna or propagation of flora may be allowed provided that they follow the rules and regulation as provided by DNR, DA, or PCSD, and no collection from the wild but from the registered legal facility only for their stocks. So they cannot catch it from the wild, they have to get it from the official legal facility. Parang bawal kukuha ka doon sa wild. If you want to do this breeding and this propagation, you have to get it from the government so the government can regulate you. Bawal yung kinuha mo sa outside the government. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's
Senator Pia. So
Mr.
you
President.
cannot get it from the wild. Pag
Yes,
kinuha mo sa
President.
wild, that's against the law. You have to get it from the government facility if you are really intent on propagating and because that's your hobby or that's you know how to do it. You
President.
want to rehabilitate, but you don't get it from the wild. You get it from the government facilities. And you
Mr.
show
President?
them your intent. Yes.
With the permission of Senator Pia, siguro just to share some inputs, being a
Yes.
plantita.
Okay.
Well, number one, kasi for me, it doesn't mean that if it's rare, automatic na it's endangered.
Oo.
So I think baka kailangan din ho natin i-clarify.
So they
Kasi
have a
yung-
list.
Yeah, kasi yung kinukwento yung sinasite ni Senator Pia na pinupost sa mga Instagram, yung like, for example, it's variegated or it does not necessarily mean na kinuha nila sa wild yun eh. Pwedeng by a fluke of nature, yung anak ng mother plant niya naging variegated. So it doesn't mean it's endangered.
So you mean it's unintentional? On
Yes,
their
parang
part.
ganun, no?
Oo.
Yeah.
Kasi yung iba talagang kumukuha sa wild tapos tinitrade, nagpo-propagate sila, tinitrade nila. Yun ang bawal.
Yes,
Kasi you have to get it
President.
from the official sources and you have to have the permit to do it. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, the majority leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor and the interpellator, together with Senator Binay, if I can also ask just some clarificatory questions on that point that was made by Senator Pia, because I'm also a plantito, and Nancy is a plantita, and I know Pia is also a plantita. I think she also cares for plants. I think, and Tito Frank is also a plantito. Does that mean that when we have a Madam Sponsor, kung marami po kaming halaman, no, we have a collection, we're very proud of our little collection, do we have to register that also? Because under the Wildlife Conservation Act, the original, when it comes to animals like birds, parrots, we have to get permits for that apparently. Especially if you're going to breed them, may wildlife permit.
Click mo yan dati.
Pero ito sa mga plantitos and plantitas, kasi marami po yan, and that's a big industry. In Bulacan, Senator Joel behind me is saying that that's a huge industry in Bulacan, in Laguna, and yung breeding, and the secretary also agrees with me because the Senate secretary always posts her beautiful variegated plants in her Instagram and her Facebook. So yun lang po, ma'am, I'm just worried that this may burden, I'm not sure if this law will have an additional burden to collectors and plantitos like
But
ourselves.
the indication here is you have to get it from legal sources. Yun lang naman.
Pero
You
kailangan
have
ba
to
namin
prove na hindi mo kinuha sa wild. Kasi
Pero
yun ang
collector,
danger. Danger na kinukuha nila sila sa wild tapos tinitrade nila. As long as you get it from critically endangered species cannot be endangered, generally allowed for propagation or breeding for commercial purpose. Ano yan?
But do the collectors, ma'am, have to get a permit to collect?
No, as
Hindi
long as
kailangan.
your source is legal. Parang yun ang ano.
But I have a question.
May we recognize Senator Grace with the permission of the sponsor and the interpolator.
Marami kasing mga gubat dito sa Pilipinas na minsan yung mga collector nag-a-adventure and then, they find the plant, hindi naman nila alam talaga yung extensive listing ng kung ano yung endangered, no? So, kukunin
Yeah.
nila. Paano kaya yon? Kasi
Kung
mahirap naman
ma-question ka, if your explanation, ganyan naman ang batas eh. Wala namang intent eh. Nagkataon lang eh. I mean, many of you are lawyer. I would think that you will not be penalized if you did it na ano lang, yung out of nowhere, na hindi wala namang bad intent. Kasi importante yung illegal yan because you are doing it illegally by intention. But if you're doing it just by nagkataon lang, I think there will be no problem in that. Ganun naman ang ano ng law eh, di ba?
Hindi
Ah,
po.
Actually, Your Honor, if I may,
Siguro-
Senator
Madam Sponsor-
Drilon is that's how I understand the law. You just have to prove na there was no malice in what you're doing.
Siguro, Madam Sponsor, maybe we can cite one plant, and I'm sure our minority floor leader is very familiar with this. Yung case po ng waling-waling.
Mm.
Di ba? Yung waling-waling ho is an endangered species, but because of yung efforts ng mga orchid enthusiasts, na napadami nila yung
Waling-waling.
waling-waling. Pero so madami po dito kumbaga sa laboratory na napadami. But it is still considered endangered. And in fact, parang nahihirapan din sila i-differentiate kung ano yung from the wild, from the lab grown. So I guess baka isa yun din sa magiging challenge nung law, yung paano i-differentiate yung from the wild versus from the propagated by an authorized
Propagated naman by authorized plantita, that's legal. Di ba? Pag you are propagating with a permit, that's legal.
Baka ho yung paghuhuli, baka dun ho mahirapan.
I think, there's no perfect law. It's just that we are trying to save our wildlife. So we are just making rules, but no perfect law. Ano masasabi niyo, Senator Drilon? Kayo ang lawyer.
Yeah, just a few points.
Minority Leader.
With your permission, Mr. President. Number one, this is a special law. And once you are violating the law, the intent to violate the law becomes immaterial because it is the act itself, regardless of your intent to violate the law, as distinguished from a penalty from a crime under the revised penal code, where intention is important. The second point, ma'am, is it
Yes.
so that's the danger of this. Now, is it possible that there be a listing of what are considered as endangered species, so that it is specific? Because we are penalizing possession of endangered species, and yet we do not know what these endangered species are. Is it possible that there be an enumeration somewhere, and that's the controlling list?
Yeah. It says here they will prepare a list of this species. So we will require them to prepare a list. Pag wala sa list, then it
Yes,
can
ma'am.
be considered.
My preference, Mr. President, is that the list be attached as an annex to the law, just like the Dangerous Drugs Act. We enumerate what are the prohibited drugs, because it is the possession of these species which is punished, and therefore the citizen or the person that is being prosecuted must know that a rose included there is a endangered species. So the information to the prospective, to the populace is critical. Otherwise, they will be attacked. You cannot, ma'am, leave to the administrative agencies the authority to enumerate, because it is a punishable act. You see? So the act must be determined by Congress, and therefore the species must be specified. The unauthorized removal of which is punishable. Mahirap po yung pabayaan natin ang gumawa ng listahan, Dahil may kulong po, makukulong ka kung
No.
sila ng listahan. Yan lang po ang punto ko.
Sabi po ng DNR, meron silang national list of threatened plants and they have it, so we can require this.
Yes.
And then kung halimbawa in the future may na-discovery na bago, then we describe the process by which it will be included.
Fine, ma'am. I agree with that. But just for the immediate bill that we're discussing, I would suggest that we make a reference to that listing. So
Yeah.
that make a reference to that listing. So that only plants appearing in that list are considered endangered, the illegal harvest of which is punishable by law. So in the appropriate time, ma'am, may we suggest that amendment?
Yes, we agree with our good Senator Drilon, and we will provide in this law a list that the DNR should list the endangered species, and if there is in the Wildlife Act of 2001, they already have annex list, and we update the list, and we describe the process by which they will update the list from time to time. Okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Senator Grace po, is recognized.
Yes,
with the-
I agree with the suggestion of Senator Drilon that there should be a list, and I also agree with Senator Villar that there may be new species that will be introduced. So a master list by the DNR.
And we should put it as annex into the law.
Yes.
That list.
The reference.
Para pag nag-question
I don't know.
na kung illegal o legal,
Because
alam
sometimes
nila.
there are also
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I agree.
because there are also some species that may be removed from the list eventually when they are already out of the danger population.
So we have to provide in the law
I think
how
a
they remove and how they add. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
The process
That's
by
good.
which they
Thank you.
add or remove. Diba? Okay.
I agree. Thank you.
So with the permission of the sponsor, can I proceed?
Yes, Senator Pia.
I thank our colleagues for the interventions because I think they've clarified some things, or at least brought to our attention the need to further clarify these things, because just to follow through on the discussion on penalizing these acts. As the minority floor leader said, Your Honor, it being a special law, regardless of the intention, it really would still be considered a penalty. So that's why I was while the discussion was ongoing, I was browsing through the bill. I didn't find it yet because, as I said, it's a 60+ page bill. But I think the awareness campaign here has to be very, very strong, so people would really know. Number one, updated sila on that list, and number two, which should be the number one, understand the concept of whether to begin with you're allowed to pick up anything, because Your Honors, I've been enjoying the beautiful mountains in our country since I was in law school. And there's a principle among mountaineers which says, take nothing but photographs, leave nothing but footprints, and keep nothing but memories. So there's really this understanding that pag umakyat ka sa bundok, don't take anything. Hindi ka pwedeng pumitas. Bawal talaga. That's how I was introduced to the concept of hiking and going to the mountains. As to whether this is a legal principle, that I don't know. I would like to ask the experts kung merong ganon. Kasi kung may ganon, then wala nang misunderstanding. Walang pwedeng magsabi na, ay, hindi ko kasi alam. Diba? Because if you say hindi ko alam, it will not excuse you from the law. So I'm just sharing that that principle is very well known among the environmental advocates, or like I said, people like me who have frequented the mountains. We are trained not to take anything. So maybe that is a concept that should be ingrained in the law. Now, having said that, it's also a practice that the locals, they know what they can take and what they cannot take. Kasi they're locals there eh. Alam nila kung ano yung natural na nabubuhay doon, but only with government intervention. Pag sinabing, ay, rare na pala yun, di ba? Yung something na normally na kinakain nila siguro or whatever, malalaman na rare na-exploit na masyado, that's the time government comes in and tells them, oh, bawal muna yan, kailangan ma-repropagate yan. And so that's where that balance comes in, that information and the knowledge that what may naturally be a practice has to temporarily be suspended to allow nature to recover and so on and so forth.
It says here, the rule is no taking of resources from the wild except those for food, which is allowed for IPs.
But on that note, Your Honor,
I don't know it's what provision of the law ito kinuha or it's just a practice. They're indicating Section 7 of the Wildlife Act of 2001. No taking of resources from the wild except those for foods, which is allowed for IPs, is part of Section 7 of Wildlife Act 2001. I guess it's provided for by law pero hindi alam ng mga tao. Kaya sabi nila, we will upgrade, rather they will see to it that the list will be very popular online.
and
The future. Kasi siguro hindi rin natin alam, di pa tayo ka-conscious noon eh. Pero may provision na law na bawal. Except for food of the IPs.
And Your Honor, to the extent that, the provision that Your Honor just read into the record, no taking of resources except for food for the IPs. Like I said, even that may have to be modified because I think everyone here, especially our chairwoman, is cognizant that the resources being limited and our population that keeps on growing, there would be interventions made every now and then to precisely ensure the sustainability of that supply, hindi ho ba? So there would be, we may have to revisit that to the extent that it's covered by this law because, as Your Honor said, that's a different law.
No, it's the original law, 2001. So this is just an improvement of that law. So if we are not going to change the provision of that law, this is an amendment, it will hold.
So I thought Her Honor was quoting an entirely different law. So
No. It's an existing law.
I would
Section 7 of Wildlife Act 2001.
I would propose that similar to what we have done in fishing, hindi ho ba, Your Honor, it's very common that there would be interventions that would say there are certain areas that are overfished. And so precisely to ensure the sustainability, there is a moratorium on fishing so that it can propagate. May ganun hong practice, hindi ho ba?
Twice a year yon. It's not a permanent control. They call it closed season.
Yes.
From November to January to let the fisheries grow, the fishes to grow. Kasi hindi naman nun, kasi ang nangyayari pag you allow them, lahat nakaka-catch nila, pati yung maliit na hindi naman worthy na i-catch. So, kino-close season nila para yung maliliit na fishes mag-grow at para mas maging useful sa mga tao. So, they specify a month na dun nabubuhay yung mga fingerlings and then they declare it as a closed season para hindi ma-fish out yung mga fingerlings na wala namang use sa atin. Kukunin mo yung maliliit na wala namang meat yun o fish meat. So it's about 2 months in a year, 3 months in a year, not forever. Parang letting it grow. Yun. Ito naman siguro, based on studies of the DNR, maybe they can determine kung certain things hindi na nauubos na, then maybe they can rule na hindi muna kukuhanin hanggang ma-recover, parang ganun. It's the of the close season of the fishery, a counterpart. Maybe they can devise something like that.
Yung point ko, Your Honor, may we ask the experts so that we can determine if there's a need for an amendment. Offhand, I feel that there would be a need to amend that, because if the expert tell us that it is possible that there are endangered species that are considered food by the locals, and we may need to do some similar intervention as being done in the fisheries, then we will have to amend this law so that it is clear even to the locals that this is being done for that purpose, to help them sustain their source of food and not to cut them off in any way. Because
It says here, ang provisional law is for their subsistence and traditional use of eyepiece only, but not primarily for trade. Ibig sabihin, tingin nila hindi mauubos kasi for eyepiece lang yon. Hindi pwede ite-trade yon. Pagkain lang ng eyepiece yun. Yun lang ang exception. Wala nang ibang exception. Hindi for trade yung mga pagkain sa wild. Or eyepiece lang yun. Oo.
Saying, Your Honor, as Your Honor said, this is a year 2000 law. Tama ho ba? 2000.
2001. 2000.
It's over 20 years old, and our population has expanded incredibly in the last 20 years. So my question in terms of preparing for amendment only if needed would depend on the response of the experts. If in fact there are possible species that could be endangered, that are endangered now or could be endangered later, that we may need to capture in the provision so that it is clear that even if it is just used for food, if it comes to that point na endanger siya, imagine forever na yan mawawala sa balat ng lupa ng Pilipinas, then we may have to make some interventions. So I will only make that amendment if they confirm that in fact may ganon, na kinakain lang, but even just by using it for food, potentially mauubos sa dami ng tao sa Pilipinas. That's all. That's my simple question. And when Her Honor gives the reply, then we can determine if it's necessary to have an amendment.
That's why we can amend, because as they said, they remove from the list and they add to the list, and we will provide for a system by which they can remove from the list the endangered species, or they can add to the list the endangered species. That's what we decided on. That there will be a list attached to the law, and then if there's there are changes wherein they will remove or they will add, then they can do it with the provision of the law.
Yes, Your Honor, but I'm talking about a different provision, and this is the provision that
I think that will include food.
No, but
if it is endangered already.
I am just making it consistent, no? Kasi yeah, that's all my intention is. Like, if it will include the food, then we have to say that subject to that endangered. Para walang
we can add to the provision subject to the list determined by the agencies, di ba? Kahit food. Gusto ni Senator Cayetano pati yung food lagyan ng review. Okay. And that's okay with me.
And the reason for that, Your Honor, is that Sustainable Development Goals, which, as you know, is the committee that I chair, has provisions on life underwater, life on land, no hunger. So nag-overlap yun. When you say no hunger, automatically you would think let them get whatever they need to eat. But if we're thinking sustainable, then there would be some intervention, not because we don't want them to be able to eat it, but we want them to have a steady supply. Yun lang naman, just for the record.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think the government should be able, kung hindi na sustainable yung kinakain ng mga IPs, which they are allowed, they should provide for something else, di ba? That's part of their job. Para hindi masira yung ating wildlife. I agree with you, Senator Cayetano.
I just wanted to be very clear, Your Honor, because para pag may ibang estudyante or kung sino mang nakikinig sa interpellation, clear naman sa kanilang objective natin, di ba? Sustainable supply. I'll move on, Your Honor, to another point. We are now on.
And it says in the law daw that they can't utilize or eat the threatened species. So kung nakalista na as threatened species, even if they are allowed, they cannot do that anymore.
So if
Kung nakalist as threatened species.
which section is that? Because then there may be no need for the amendment anymore.
Yeah, it says here, although IPs are allowed to utilize, they cannot utilize or eat the threatened species. Basta nasa listahan, kahit allowed ang IPs for food, yung threatened species, they cannot eat.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, so before I leave the discussion which included exchanges with our colleagues was on the definition of botanical garden. Let's recap lang po para we know I can figure out if there is in fact a need for the amendment or no more. So the issue I was raising is that if it's a privately owned collection, okay, for recreational purpose.
Or propagation.
No, I'm singling out recreational. If it is purely for recreational, sorry, let me break this down. Under letter E, it defines botanical garden that it could either be private or government, and the purpose of which is recreation, educational, research, conservation, and scientific purpose. Now, in another provision, I'm not sure if that's the series of section 22 and so on and so forth, it now refers to the need to get permits, no? Get permits, let me just go to that section. Yeah. The DNR, DA, PCSD, or BMG shall determine whether any wildlife species is threatened and classified the same as critically endangered. Blah, blah, blah. And then section 2. Ito. The collection of threatened or other the collection of threatened and other wildlife species as determined and listed pursuant to this act, including its byproducts and derivatives, shall be allowed only for scientific or breeding or propagation purpose. So, sinasabi dito na yung collection of threatened wildlife species or other wildlife species shall be allowed only for scientific or breeding or propagation purposes. So, wala na ho dito yung recreational. Tama ba intindi ko? The recreational collection for recreational purpose is no longer recognized under Section 22. And not just for threatened, and other wildlife species. I think this is important, and I would love the intervention of the plantitos and plantitas, because based on this section alone, and I'm not sure if it is actually modified in another section, if you will just be collecting for recreational purposes of threatened or other wildlife species, it's not allowed.
It's only for conservation, breeding, or propagation. It says here. Parang pag
Mr.
wildlife
President.
in threatened wildlife species, kailangan it's not really for recreation. It's really for something more definite. Diba? Parang ganon.
Mr. President,
Yes.
with the permission of Senator Cayetano. The question, so ano ho mangyayari dun sa mga meron ng existing na collection na hindi naman nila alam na part pala nung listahan na endangered? Would DNR collect them? Or can they still own those endangered species?
There shall be allowed only for scientific or breeding or propagation purposes in accordance with Section 6 of this Act. Okay, where is Section 6?
Yeah, pero kung hindi ho siya kasama dun, kung wala ho yung intent niya, but just the pleasure of owning that plant na hindi naman niya alam na endangered pala, ano ho yan? Kailangan niyang i-turn over sa DNR?
Or possibly, bigyan na lang ng permit nga, alam mo yun, yung parang transition na in good faith, inalagaan, kumbaga sa akin, diba, ikaw na yung adopted parent ng plant na yon. I agree na you just have to have a plan on how to treat those hundreds or thousands of situations like that.
Or
I think
siguro,
that's
Senator
very
Quintana, baka
reasonable.
may amnesty period where you can register. Kasi di ba parang admitted naman ng DNR, may kasalanan din sila kasi hindi nila sinabi, parang there was not enough information dissemination kung ano ba tong endangered lists na to.
Maybe we can make a transition provision, di ba? Kasi may list na ngayon eh. So ikaw, you have to find out if yung ano mo nasa list, and then if it's in the list, then we have a transitional provision. Maybe it depends on you what you want to do in transition. You can own it until mamatay, but at least in the future you won't do it again. Parang ganun.
Mr. President.
It's okay with me. It's okay with me. I want to solve the problem. So maybe we will do a transition provision for that.
Yes, Mr.
Para
President.
wala na lang magreklamo. Yes.
With the permission of Ma'am Cynthia and
Yes.
Senator Pia and Senator Nancy, because my worry lang, when I was the author of the first law actually, so 2001. I was briefly the chairperson of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources in the House in 2001. We had the transition from the new leadership to a short Belmonte speakership at that time. And that is when naipasa ko itong Wildlife Conservation Act in 2001. But the idea kasi there, my dear colleagues, was really to protect the Philippine eagle, the Philippine tamaraw, the really exotic and endangered species. Ang nangyari na po, nag-evolve na po yung DNR, ang gusto nila, sakupin na napakaraming bagay. Kaya ngayon, pati isda, pati halaman, gusto nilang i-regulate. In a way, that is okay, but I just, as author of the Ease of Doing Business, ang hirap naman. We will have now to go to the DNR or the DA to, for example, case in point, Mr. President. Sa Butuan City, the mayor there, who by the way is a party mate of our dear colleague, Senator Villar, is also nationalista. He breeds unagi for export. Yung unagi po na yan, he has to get the eel from the rivers of Agusan del Norte. And it's the seed, the fingerlings, he gets the fingerlings of this eel, yung kasili. Kung sa amin sa Bisaya, kasili yan. Alam ni Coco yan, tsaka ni Senator Dillon. They grow to be big eels. But what he does is he breeds, he gets from the fisher folk the seedlings, the fingerlings, and he breeds them out. So, ibig po sabihin, dadaan po siya ng bagong napakaraming regulation because then you're going to have to get this from the wild, and the DNR can also claim that it is threatened. So, masisira, they can close, they can shut down that particular industry. So, I'm just being very careful now we don't overburden the public with the permits and the certifications.
Hindi. But we have a list. We have a list. We will be the one to make the list, di ba? That will be attached to the law.
Ang problema lang, Madam Sponsor, under page 30 of section 22, we had an amendment here that says that they will establish a list of wildlife species, so determine the appropriate category. The list shall also include those species that are non-threatened and that has a tendency to become threatened in the absence of adequate legal protection. Ay, yung non-threatened po, papasok yung plantitas and plantitos doon kasi meron tayong mga ferns.
Hindi, higpitan natin yung list. Tayo ang magpapasa ng batas eh. So,
gusto nyo, ma'am, i-addendum na dito para clear.
Di tayo magpapasa ng batas, di we approve the list. Diba? Pag tingin nyo hindi reasonable yung list, di bawasan natin.
Kasi nakalagay din sa ibang section, ma'am, to my dear colleagues, we just have to study it further. There is a section here that says, if you have a collection, you have to, and in that collection, there are what they consider possibly threatened, rare, endangered na flora and fauna. Kailangan mo po mag-apply ng ng wildlife permit sa DNR na kami naman po, wala naman po kami niyan. I'm sure Nancy doesn't have that. I'm sure my dear colleagues here do not
Kasi
have
pag hindi natin ginawa to, then, I mean, you are doing it for good intention, but if you do not do this law, then buti kung lahat ng tao katulad nyo that you are doing it with good intention, but the others, they're really trading it. So, ang ni-step nito yung trading, di ba?
Siguro, ma'am, as a proposal, if you wouldn't mind with my dear colleagues, that maybe we can just be liberal on certain provisions of this, particularly on the ownership of, let's say, gardens and plant collection. Kasi matatamaan dito pati Senate Secretary Villarica kasi maraming halaman yun. At nakikita ko mga rare yun. Di ba? Pero hindi naman siguro illegal yun. Pero biro mo na yun, mag-a-apply na sa ng permit. Anyway, just food for thought when we do the period of amendments siguro.
Yeah.
Salamat po, ma'am. Madam Chair.
If I may proceed, Your Honor. Following that line of the discussion, maybe one option there is just an online registration where you voluntarily just at the time of the effectivity of the law, you just voluntarily declare that you have this, no? And then in good faith, you will take care of it. Something like that, not to overcomplicate. Because I think all of us here have the same intention. I believe that we are caretakers of the earth. So if there are responsible people who can do that, why not? Especially if they've already been in possession. Yun lang nagkakaiba kung merong hindi responsible, which meron talaga sa mundo. So
Marami yun.
And you just volunteer online. I mean, you put in your data online. It's a database na may ganon. Kasi what if something happens na naubos yun in the natural habitats, and then the plantitos and plantitas are the saviors of the world because they actually have bred this in captivity. Malay nyo, may ganon, di ba? So at least binolunteer yung information. It's just a registration. It's already there dinatnan na ganon. Something like that. That would be my humble suggestion off the top of my head. I can move on, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you.
So the next page 6, letter H, Certificate of Wildlife Registration. Just for my education, because as I said, I'm not really an expert on this. Possession of wildlife, byproducts, and or derivatives. Ano ba yung byproducts and derivatives ng isang wildlife? Can I just get examples? Because I wouldn't know. Dahon ba yun? Like, if you just have the leaf, that's a derivative. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Yung itlog?
Baka derivatives is something you get out of the wildlife. Ano ba yun? Egg or seedlings or yun ang na-imagine kong derivatives.
Ako din.
You grow out of the wildlife that you have. Oo.
That's also my understanding. But can we get a clear, exact, exhaustive explanation from the experts so that we really know? Kasi my imagination on how I can improve this bill is limited by my understanding of the words.
By product, na derivatives daw are barks, oil, something like that. Yung something that you get out of the oil daw, scents, barks, perfume, yung mga ganon. Parang you process and then you get something out of it. Siguro sa mga trees to.
Yeah.
Ang definition ng derivatives is oil, scents, and perfume, and barks, and wood.
Okay. So, Your Honor, speaking of that, again, can you point...
So, tingin ko naman, pag endangered species, hindi naman mo kinukuhanan ng barks, ng oil, ng scent or perfume. That's papatayin mo naman yun, di ba?
Well, this provision kasi refers to a certificate of wildlife registration that authorizes a person to possess the same. So I'm just assuming that when the original law was crafted, may exception din yan for the IPs and locals or IPs only. I would think kasi natural sa kanila yon, di ba? Like that's also the traditional medicines, di ba? I'm assuming itong byproducts like the scents would be used for traditional medicine, and they really take it on their own, ha. So again, I'm assuming the objective is not to overburden, especially the locals na natural na sa buhay nila yun na they're getting that. Hindi ho ba? So may exemption ba yan?
In sections, rather in page 7, letter O, derivatives refers to a substance, material extracted or taken from wildlife such as but not limited to blood, saliva, oil, resin, genes, gum, honey, cocoon, fur, tannin, urine, serum, spores, pollen, and the like. A compound directly or indirectly produced from wildlife and or products produced from wildlife and wildlife products, including compounds indirectly produced in a biochemical process or cycle. So talagang processing. So siguro, ito talaga, they have to be regulated. Diba?
Yes. But
Kasi it will affect really the wildlife. Oh.
But what is the rule? What is the current practice when it comes to the collection and the possession of these byproducts by the locals? Kasi I would imagine there are really those who would use it as part of their daily life, yung ine-extract nila. And I'm not talking about the commercial breeding. I'm just talking about locals who would normally use it. Are we now imposing on them a requirement to register, or is there a provision here that exempts them, like yung for personal use?
Parang sabi dito, no collection from wildlife of species, including their derivatives. Bawal.
So paano kaya yung natural, yung practice ng mga locals? How would they be?
Kasi I think this list will be endangered, so we don't want to endanger them. So pagbabawal talaga. Pwede nilang gawin na lang from those na hindi naman endangered. Only those already legally propagated or bred can you allow their reproduction. Hindi pwede from the wild, di ba? Halimbawa, yung isang endangered na propagate mo, nagpo-produce ka, then you are allowed to, only those already legally propagated or bred can you allow their byproducts and derivatives. But yung kukunin mo sa wild, bawal yun.
So,
Like for example, yung sinasabi ni Mix, that will fall under this definition na pinopropagate mo legally, so that can be a business. But you have to propagate legally.
so
Hindi yung kinukuha mo sa wild tapos yun ang pagbibili mo. Ipoprocess mo yung from the wild. No, you have to be able to propagate it, and then from your propagation, then you can you are allowed to for the products and derivatives for commercialization. That would be the definition. Yun ang difference. Hindi mo kukunin sa wild tapos i-commercialize mo. You have to get permission that you are going to propagate, and then you can commercialize if you are able to do it.
sige. Ma'am, I guess maybe we can just ask the experts na ano ba
Ito sinasabi nila eh.
itong mga other wildlife species that might be on that list that is a normal product collected and used by locals.
Basta sinasabi nila dito, you cannot get it from the wild. You have to propagate it, and then you process what you have propagated.
Yes, so my question is,
Ano example?
give us examples of products. Are there products in existence now that are naturally collected, no? Pinupulot, ano ba, hina-harvest ng locals na ma-affect sila ngayon? That's what I want to know. How will the locals be affected by this? If they tell me na wala naman kasi yung normal na kinukuha nila hindi naman endangered or hindi naman other wildlife species, I want to know.
So your question is, give an example of an endangered wildlife that they cannot take anymore, yung locals, because it is endangered, di ba?
Yes.
Kasi kung hindi naman endangered, wala naman tayong problema, di ba? So,
Section 22 refers to threatened and other wildlife species. So the other wildlife is an amendment of this committee, Your Honor. So ano ba yung gustong i-capture ng others? Yung not yet endangered but soon to be endangered. It's very generic. It's others.
and I'm just asking them to give an example. I'm just reading it. What's their answer? Hindi naman to ang answer. Give an example daw of threatened wildlife na dating ginagamit ng mga tao na ngayon hindi na nila pwedeng gamitin because naging threatened wildlife. Can you answer that? May example ba ng ng threatened wildlife na dati hindi naman threatened na naging threatened na cannot be used by the people using it?
Hello.
We can move
Maybe
to another,
we can suspend for a
Okay,
minute. Mr.
perhaps, yeah, while they're looking for the answer.
or we can move on. It's up to Your Honor. Anything is okay with me.
Well, the
Tawilis daw. Tawilis, hindi pa to listed threatened in the Philippines but threatened na, but not yet listed in Philippine law, but ito daw threatened na. Kaya we don't have yet in the list but baka malagay sa list natin in the future. So meron. It's just that they are finding out the list, okay? Parang binibigay nilang example, Tawilis. Yung ano sa Batangas, di ba?
sa Taal.
Taal, oo, yun. Parang yun ang mini-mention nila. Pero hindi pa daw listed in the Philippines, but listed na yata in scientific literature. So we have to really be careful on the list.
But so
I think it will depend on the list and the transition period provision.
Yes,
Yun ang
What is Tawilis in English?
wala.
Tawilis din ang tawag nila dito eh.
Parang wala kasi nga tayo lang may ganyan, di ba?
Hindi, pero ang nagsabi International Union for Conservation of Nature.
Yung tawilis po, Mr. President, with the permission of our colleagues, is a freshwater sardine.
Freshwater.
Nalala ko yun,
Freshwater
freshwater sardine.
Alam ko popular yan sa Batangas eh. Yan ang specialty nila doon eh. Oo.
So, Your Honor, the only reason I asked for an example is precisely to illustrate the fact that there would be.
Kasi yung tawilis, ano yan ng Batangas, pride of Batangas yan. Pag gusto kang i-please nung direregaluhan, tawilis ang ipadadala nila eh. And now it says here na ano na daw, threatened as declared by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Ang pangalan daw ng tawilis is, scientific term is Sardinella tawilis.
So,
Ang hirap pala nitong act na to. Masyadong, ano tawag doon? Hindi dapat ako nag-depend nito. Masyado ako negosyante para dito.
so
Dapat ikaw, Pia, nag-depend nito. Anyway, maybe we can really work on the transition provision and the list of species so that it will be reasonable.
Yes, and when you place the list, I think we should be very careful in listing the correct names of the.
Yes, yes. Baka hindi alam ng mga tao na iyon yun.
Oo, baka tawilis, for example, what is that?
Freshwater
Don't read that?
sardines.
Fresh.
Water sardines.
Sardinella tawilis is the scientific name. Sardinella tawilis. Sardines nga, Sardinella eh.
Before we go into a break, Majority Leader, do you know the English for tanglad?
Tanglad.
Yes.
Lemongrass.
Correct. What about pandan?
Pandan. Magaling Hindi ko. Pandan din yun, boss?
No.
Ano, Mr. President?
Screw pine.
Screw pine. Paano po yung favorite na isda ni Senator J.B. Ejercito?
Ano yun?
Yung maming.
Maming.
Yung ano yun, di ba? Isda yun,
Favorite na
maming.
isda nakikita sa ilalim ng tubig habang nagda-dive.
Alright.
Di ba fish yun, isda, yung maming?
Yes,
Opo,
it is.
that is
Nagre-regalo nun sa amin eh. Oo.
Ras.
Di ba sa Ilocos yun, yung maming?
Kahit saan po, ma'am, meron sa El Nido, sa Palawan, sa Tubataha, pero kinakain din yun, ma'am, kaya ginawa nilang endangered sa endangered list.
Alright. So,
Sige, Mr. President, with the permission siguro of Ma'am Cynthia, while we're going to wait for the list and the amendments, maybe we could, with the permission, of course, of Senator Pia, if we can suspend the consideration of the measure for the meantime.
consideration or just suspend the session for a while?
Sige po.
What is-
Suspend natin for
So if we continue suspending the interpellation, we will not be able to pass this law into this Congress. Kasi we have limited time na eh.
Ang problema ko, Mr. President, nakalista po dito na yan si Senator Tolentino, Senator Joel, Senator
Saan?
Ping Lacson would also want to ask a question about the measure.
Saan daw?
Really? Alam ko si Senator Pia lang eh. I asked them na eh.
Biglang dumami po, ma'am, nung nakita maraming
Hindi ba
pinasakupan
pwede
ng
na mag-amendment na lang sila kung may nakita silang pangit?
Pakiusapan ko po sila, ma'am.
Oo, amendment na lang. Ganon din yun eh. Di ba?
Kasi yung Bulacan daw, sabi ni Senator Joel.
Ang tingin ko dito, dapat yung list ang importante and then the transition period, kung naando sa list yung pag-aari mo, how do you transition na hindi ka madi-deprive ng collection mo? Parang ganon, di ba?
Mr.
Kasi ang
President?
assumption naman, wala ka naman bad intent, it's just your collection. So,
Mr.
Yeah,
President.
Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Yeah, when can we get to kaya yung list?
so maybe tomorrow I'll work na makabigay sila ng list. Tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Maybe, Mr. President, we can suspend until the list comes so that
Yeah.
we can discuss when we have the list. Continue
And
the
maybe
discussion.
Senator Pia can write the transition provision that is acceptable to the plantitas and the plantitos. Di ba? Para hindi sila ma-deprive ng collection nila. Di ba?
Plantito and
May I also suggest, with the permission of Senator Pia, may I also suggest to the sponsor to come up with a provision which will govern deletion and addition to the list, because it's very
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's part of the list, how they will add and delete. Di ba? Di ba yun ang ating usapan?
because
The
That
list
would
and how you will add and delete from the list. Oo.
okay.
I'm looking at the Minority Leader. I'm looking at the possible requests of the list from the DNR, no? But if you will recall, when we passed the Republic Act 9165, we placed a catch-all phrase na anytime sila mag-invento ng bago, pasok pa rin doon, huli doon. Can we find something like that, a provision like that, so that itong mga species na ito pwedeng tanggalin or ilagay?
Dati kasi, Mr. President, it was very simple. There's what you call a CITES. It is the CITES list. There's the red list, the green list, may iba, yellow list. Ang ibig po sabihin yan, there's the threatened, endangered, and rare, and then commonly found. So, dun sa dating batas, we only rank it with the CITES list. Pag nasa CITES red list yan, like the Philippine eagle, like the Philippine tamaraw, yan talagang may provisions and penalties. Pag yan ay binaril mo, hinanting mo, ganyan. Ngayon po, with these amendments, lahat na po, ang DNR na lang po.
No, no. They have a list then, iba-ibang classification.
Meron din po, ma'am.
Oo,
Kasi,
may classification pa rin. Hindi lahat. Oo, meron threaten, ganon. Hindi
problema
to,
lang, ma'am, under Section 22 kasi, nakalagay dun, and all other species that may become threatened.
All right, may we request
tanggalin natin yun.
Opo.
may we request your committee, Your Honor, to request from the DNR
The list.
critically endangered species, endemic species, vulnerable species, and other wildlife species. Is that
Okay.
possible?
Yeah. We'll ask them what they can produce.
All right.
Okay
So,
po.
Majority Leader, what is your pleasure?
So with the understanding of our sponsor that we'll wait for the list as soon as possible time to study the list, and then we'll take it back up to the floor. So may we
Okay.
suspend with the permission of the sponsor.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
May we ask to the sponsor, because I know that there's another one coming up, may we ask for just a few minutes suspension?
Oh,
for
yes,
liquidity
because
break
Senator Bato is waiting for us in the lounge. Yeah.
for his birthday.
Maganda.
So,
Happy birthday nga
Yes,
po pala, Mr. President, kay Senator Bato. Ronald De La Rosa.
only there are
And
other
also Senator Coco, of course.
Pimentel, yes. Oh.
Yes.
And then
Sino pa po?
Senator Tolentino.
Ay, birthday mo? Tapos na po. Tapos na
tapos
po.
na.
Matagal
Okay.
na.
So-
Nang-blowout na po siya.
Yeah, so session is suspended for a few Senate minutes.
With the permission of the body, since we have, I think, 30 pages. No, how many pages is this? 20 pages of agenda. If it's all right, we'll tackle the more important ones. For example, the treaties that are being recommended by national government. Mr. President, I move that if Senator Pimentel is ready, I move that we take up proposed Senate Resolution number 964 under Committee Report number 404. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
This is the resolution concurring the sanction of the 1961 Convention to the Reduction of Statelessness. May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No member, Mr. President.
Parliamentary status, if we have started the interpellation last session, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yes, the status is we're in the period of interpellation, unless our other colleagues want to interpolate the measure. Maybe, yes, you want to add?
Close.
Maybe close the period of interpellation on this.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading. Proposed Senate Resolution number 964.
Any objection? Hearing none, PS Resolution 964 is approved on second reading.
Then we'll proceed with the third reading next week, Mr. President. We'll need to get 2/3 vote of the Senate. So we'll remind our colleagues.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Minority Leader is recognized.
Yes. May we know from the good sponsor whether we have incorporated in the resolution concurring in the treaty that provision which would require a Senate approval of any withdrawal from this treaty, and what is the vote required? Just for the record, sir.
Yes, yes, Mr. President. In fact, for the three treaties that we will be considering, the resolution of concurrence template has been improved since the last treaty we concurred in, and Senate concurrence in the withdrawal from the treaty is now required, and the vote is a majority vote of the Senate.
Majority vote of all the senators.
Yes, sir.
Based on 24.
Yes, sir. Majority vote of all the senators. Yes, that's more accurate. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving forward, I move that we take up the proposed Senate Resolution number 960. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 960 is in order.
Once again, we recognize the sponsor, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, and to interpolate our distinguished colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa. And before we do that, Mr. President, I do not know if I failed to mention to suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 964, but I'd like to place that on record.
We suspend consideration
Yes, and
of the
moving
measure.
forward, Mr.
And the
President,
motion now is to consider
proposed resolution
960.
number 960 and recognize Senator Coco Pimentel and Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
All right, Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized and Senator Ronald De La Rosa to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I proceed with my interpellation, I would like to greet the good sponsor. Happy birthday, Sir Senator Coco Pimentel. Halos magkasabay kami ng birthday,
Yes,
Mr. President.
Let me reciprocate, Mr. President, in the spirit of international relations. Also, a happy birthday to the only 8-star general in Philippine history, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, with the sponsor, chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, yield to a few clarificatory questions.
Yes, yes, Mr. President, most willingly.
Mr. President, would the sponsor be willing to spread into the record the primary objective and purpose of the Arms Trade Treaty?
The treaty is meant to minimize the trade in illegal firearms. So therefore, that's the illicit trade in conventional weapons, Mr. President. That is the main purpose of this treaty.
So I think the good sponsor just mentioned the establishment of international standards and eradicate the illicit trade in conventional arms as objectives of the arms treaty. May we know if there is a significant event that happened which prompted the UN to start the negotiation and drafting of this treaty?
That I do not know, Mr. President, if there was a particular incident, but of course, which maybe there was a trend, an increase in the illicit trade of conventional weapons, which now called the attention of the member states of the United Nations, which necessitated this treaty, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Who determines if a state party is engaging in illicit trade or trade of conventional arms? Is there any international body or any party that would determine that a certain state party is involved in illicit trade or of conventional arms?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, there is a secretariat, the ATT secretariat, because this is a feature of many treaties when compliance is to be of the state parties is to be monitored or reported. There is really a secretariat, and in this particular treaty, for this arms trade treaty, we have the ATT secretariat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on the record of the United Nations, there are 3 ATT countries voted against and 23 abstained in the adoption of the treaty during the UN General Assembly on April 2, 2013. Is my information correct, good sponsor?
I will, Mr. President, I will need to ask our resource persons about the voting result being asked by the good senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think if my calculation is correct, there are 180 countries that participated during the adoption of the treaty, including those who abstained. May we know how many countries are members of the United Nations?
193, as far as I know, Mr. President, members of the UN. But then the interpellator is correct. There are quite a number of countries which are not signatories to this agreement, and some are well-known and powerful countries, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that information. Since there are 193 UN member states, while only 180 countries participated for this treaty, may we know the 13 countries which I assume were not present or represented during the UN Assembly that adopted this treaty? I think there were 13.
Allow me to ask, Mr. President. Wait a minute.
Mr. President, it's okay with me, but I just would like to continue. May we know if the good sponsor has knowledge of the reasons of the countries which did not sign, abstain, or those countries that have not yet joined the treaty? What are their common reasons?
I am sure, Mr. President, they have their own reasons, and I'm sure that the standard that they are using is their own national interest. Hopefully, it's a long-term national interest. But my point is, the Philippines should also decide based on our own long-term national what is best to our long-term national interest, and maybe we can decide independent of the decision of other countries, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I definitely agree with you. And I think some of the countries concerned center around the treaty's potential intrusion into national sovereignty or individual rights to armed defense and domestic gun regulation. So how do we deal with these concerns as far as the Philippines is concerned?
I believe that although every treaty making or every treaty agreement involves a surrender of sovereignty or a part of sovereignty, but it is only up to the extent of the terms of the treaty. And this particular treaty, this arms trade treaty, as I understand it, requires us to report certain facts and figures concerning trade in arms, so that this international body or the treaty secretariat can monitor figures, possibly detect some worrisome figures when compared to the other reports that they received, so that they will be able to warn state parties or point out to state parties a possible illicit trade in conventional weapons, Mr. President. So, as far as I understand it, our sovereignty is not really being surrendered in whole or in part, only up to the extent that the treaty terms will require it, will require our cooperation, Mr. President. And in my understanding of the treaty, this will require increased reportorial requirements on our part, and then increased compliance with reportorial requirements under the treaty. So to that extent, Mr. President, and if we agree to the treaty, therefore we are willingly, with open eyes and with full understanding, complying with we need to comply with the requirements of the treaty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ako, diretsahan na lang na sasabihin ko, Mr. President, na sana, ang pinaka-concern ko dito talaga is that we should not be at the mercy of this body as far as procurement of arms for purposes of our own defense, national defense, Mr. President. So, yan lang talaga ang yan ang the meat of the contention of my concerns.
Yes.
Baka darating ang panahon na masyado na tayong kinukontrol itong body na ito, mawalan tayo ng pangdepensa sa ating sarili. So we will be at the mercy of this body, or particularly the superpowers, Mr. President.
Thank you for that concern, Mr. President. But definitely, we are not surrendering that important part of our sovereignty, like deciding for ourselves what defensive conventional weapons we need, where we want to source these legal defensive conventional weapons that we have determined that we need. These are all questions which only the Philippines, with its sovereignty, will answer. And the treaty, actually, sir, Mr. President, contains language that expressly states that it will not impinge on national sovereignty. Ganoon naman po yun. All treaties, whether nakasulat yan o hindi, are really interpreted that way, only to the extent of the wording of the treaty. Did you agree to a little restriction on your sovereignty? And the preamble even says, Mr. President, reaffirming the sovereign right of any state to regulate and control conventional arms exclusively within its territory, pursuant to its own legal or constitutional system. So I think it's very clear, sir. And if the concern, Mr. President, is allow me to anticipate a question. If we are now state party to the treaty, can we buy some arms, conventional arms, which are subject matter of the treaty, from a non-member state to the arms trade treaty? And the categorical answer is yes, because that is respecting our sovereignty, Mr. President.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. To continue, Mr. President, we have encountered a pronouncement of Russia's foreign ministry stating, and I quote, "We decided not to join. We weigh all the pros and cons and decided it is not obligatory for us." May we know if the good sponsor is aware of the position of Russia on the arms trade treaty? And do you think we should give weight to the opposition of Russia to the arms trade treaty?
I am aware that Russia and even the United States are not members of the arms trade treaty, and they have their own reasons, Mr. President. But I believe that the Philippines is not in the same category as Russia and the United States as far as being an arms manufacturer and seller in the international arms market. Baka hindi po natin kaliga ang Russia and the United States, or tanggalin na lang natin yung salitang baka. So mukhang sigurado yun, hindi natin sila kaliga. And siguro nakatingin po sila sa kanilang arms manufacturing industry na baka, yun dito, baka maapektuhan. Pero the reasons for Russia and the US not joining may not be entirely relevant to the Philippines, Mr. President. Kasi, for example, Mr. President, if the interpolator will allow me, there is also a provision, sir, in the treaty which says, ito po ang nakasulat, the respect for the legitimate interest of states to acquire conventional arms, to exercise their right to self-defense, and for peacekeeping operations, and to produce, export, import, and transfer conventional arms. Nandun po yun. So, irerespeto po. So, it's very clear in the treaty. So, to that extent, actually, sabi ko nga, we look at the surrender of sovereignty using the terms of the treaty. But this treaty has been very careful to state na, don't worry, there is really no surrender of any sovereignty, any right to decide how you will defend yourself, what arms do you need, where you will get it. You can even get it from a non-state party. Even Russia, we can get it from Russia and the United States, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, that's I definitely agree with you. But it's true that we are not in the same league with Russia and the US, but I'm just concerned about our relationship with them, since sila talaga palagi ang ating sila ang exporter at tayo Pilipinas ang importer. So
correct.
We are at the mercy of them kung bibigyan nila tayo ng armas, bibintahan na tayo o hindi. Kaya nga, kung naisip ko is, would our ratification of the arms trade treaty have any effect to our relationship with Russia as arms supplier?
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So I will look at it from the perspective of the importer and the exporter. So
Yes.
the Philippines, being a consumer, importer of conventional weapons, if we become a state party, there is no prohibition for us, a state party, to source, to procure our defensive conventional weapons needs from either a state party or a non-state party. So walang pagbabawal. Ngayon, from the point of view of Russia, which is a non-state party, wala rin pong pagbabawal because it is its sovereign right. And then it is now going to sell to the Philippines, which also exercises its sovereign right to buy from it, which is while we are now also not prohibited by the treaty we are entering into. So wala po talagang, there is no, I really see no obstacle, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. In April 2019, then President Donald Trump announced that the United States of America no longer supports the treaty and that they will not seek to ratify the ATT. May we know the good sponsor? May we know if the good sponsor is aware of the reason that prompted the USA to unsign the Arms Trade Treaty?
Yeah, what I know is that the United States is not a party. So it may have been a signatory, but it did not ratify. So the reason, once again, sir, I cannot give the official reason of the United States, but I'm sure they based it on their what they see to be the best interest of their long-term national interests, Mr. President. So likewise, I once again appeal. The Philippines should likewise base our decision on what we perceive to be for the best interest of our long-term national interest.
Yeah, just additional information, Mr. President, that as of 2019, the US has contributed 387 $338 of the ATT's total funding of 3,252,792, even though it has not ratified the treaty. So, pag nag-unsign na sila, Mr. President, I think they will no longer contribute to the ATT's funding. Just to continue, Mr. President, Article 13 of the treaty mandates that every state party submit an initial report that describes measures taken to implement the treaty as well as annual reports on national arms exports and imports each year. For the information of everyone, Mr. President, how should the reporting by state parties be done in compliance with the treaty?
I just want to be accurate, Mr. President. That's why I'm double checking. What I know is we will submit reports to the Secretariat of the treaty, and there are forms. To follow, templates to follow, and once we are now a member of the treaty, we will establish the baseline figures. Ganun po yun. Kasi tapos annually we make reports, so therefore they start at the baseline figure. They may be using some mathematical formula. They will notice if there are some ano bang tawag mo doon na suspicious figures which cannot be explained adequately, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So far, does the good sponsor know what countries have submitted an initial report in their efforts to implement the treaty? If you have the information, Mr. President.
Yes, we will have to ask, Mr. President. Because this treaty is already in force, Mr. President. We are just joining a treaty, an agreement which is already in force, where a regime is already being implemented. That is what is happening, Mr. President. So I will get the information that Your Honor needs, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just for the information of the body, Mr. President, that the 2021 ATT monitoring analysis of annual reports reveals that less than half of states parties have fulfilled all of their ATT annual reporting requirement in any given year. Another finding is that declining rates of compliance with ATT reporting obligations. Only 12 states parties have been fully compliant with Article 13.3 reporting obligations and have submitted reports that contribute to the transparency aims and objectives of the treaty. For every year, a report was due. Only 8 states parties have been fully compliant with Article 13.3 reporting obligations, submit reports that contribute to the transparency aims and objectives of the treaty. For every year, a report was due and include information that contributes to a higher standard of transparency. Mr. President, I am in support with this universal goal of the treaty. ATT reporting is one of the key components for transparency and is indicative of the proper and effective implementation of the treaty. However, with these key findings in the monitoring of compliance of states parties, how do we explain that the treaty is effective? Perhaps Russia is correct in their claim that the treaty is somehow weak. Can I get your comment, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. President, once we are a state party to the treaty, and we agree that the treaty is weak, contains loopholes, then we have more right to now make a commentary on the treaty, bring it to the attention of our fellow state parties to the treaty, and probably improve on the treaty with another treaty, an addendum or a protocol to plug in the loopholes. But from our resource persons, Mr. President, 36 state parties have submitted their 2019 ATT annual reports on time. So marami po ito. Do you want me to read the 36 countries or pwede na hindi na po? Basta 36.
It's okay, Mr. President. Okay lang.
On time, therefore meron sigurong ibang hindi on time. But the point is, we have to make sure that the Philippines will be a responsible member of the treaty, and we will file the necessary reports. We will do them on time so that we will now have the moral ano ba tawag po doon, we're in a good position to point out that our treaty partners are delinquent in filing or late in filing. So magpa-member po muna tayo bago tayo magpuna ng ating fellow members. So but we can do that if the treaty is being honored more in the breach or late compliance by state parties. Hindi na po natin kasalanan yon, but being a state party, we will now have the right to point this out to our fellow state parties.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. How will this benefit the Philippines in relation to the regulation and circulation of loose firearms, particularly those firearms used by the terrorist and the communist groups?
Ito po, before I answer that question, ito pong updated information ko, 84 na po pala ang nakasubmit ng reports po. So from my earlier figure of 36 na on time, all in all 84 submitted, maybe some not on time. Okay, as far as the existing loose firearms, when I say existing, already present here in the Philippines, ano na po yan, domestic law. We have our own domestic law addressing this problem. Diba? We have these, if you're in possession of an unregistered, unlicensed firearm, that's already a crime, a penalty. We have task forces running after private armed groups. Domestic law na po yan. What is important nga is for this, if this ATT hopefully will no longer add or make it more difficult to add to the number of illicit conventional weapons, including yung long and short firearms, into Philippine territory. That is the hope. So mga reportorial requirements ng Philippines, and then maybe other countries where we suspect that where these firearms come from, We can also access the reports, and then we can now talk to them under the terms of the treaty. But that is actually the general purpose of the treaty, to minimize, if we cannot eliminate, the illicit trade in conventional weapons. And then the term conventional weapons includes the firearms po, na what we know, what I know, no? When firearms are mentioned, what I know, long and short firearms, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is about the funding requirements. In furtherance of the objective of the Arms Trade Treaty, it established a voluntary trust fund to support the national implementation of the treaty and encourages all states parties to contribute resources to the fund. Pending our ratification, we are not yet considered a state party as far as this treaty is concerned. Despite that, may we know if we have contributed to this voluntary trust fund like what the USA did?
According to wait, Mr. President, let me double check the answer. According to my resource person, Mr. President, we did not contribute, and the Philippines actually is a recipient from the fund in the amount of in 2017, hindi pa tayo party, but we received $99,996 for a training course to enhance the capacity of international agencies. And then we have our international partners like Australia. They have offered to financially support us, to assist us in our participation in the ATT, Mr. President. So in short, sir, we have not yet been a contributor, but we have been a recipient beneficiary from the fund, while still not being a state party.
Yes, Mr. President, but eventually, when we sign this treaty and when we ratify this treaty, I'm sure we will be required to contribute to the voluntary trust fund, depending on the amount required from us by the Secretariat. I think, Mr. President.
Can you still hear me, Mr. President? I think I got cut off.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, okay, sir. The treaty mentions a voluntary trust fund. So let us stick to the word found in the treaty, which is voluntary. So nasa sa atin na po yun. But to show good faith and to show active participation, we can also willingly and voluntarily contribute to the fund. Siguro to return the favor na naging recipient na rin po tayo. Kung why not? But it is not mandatory, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, those who oppose arms trade treaty claim that, and I quote, "It is disadvantageous to the country. There is nothing to gain for the country by increased possible international sanctions and a potential nightmare of added multi-agency bureaucratic registrations and authorizations, even for manufacturers and importers who supply the military." End of quote. May we solicit the opinion of the sponsor on the claim that there is nothing to gain for the country if we ratify this treaty?
Well, I disagree with that. Number one, we show the world that we are not only with them in spirit, but also in action, that we want to minimize the trade in illicit conventional arms and weapons. So, in solidarity, because this is a concern, I mean, Mr. President, we know what happened in Afghanistan, di ba? When the U.S. military left in a very rushed manner Afghanistan, they left a lot of conventional weapons and firearms in Afghanistan. So nadagdagan na po, kasi ano yun eh, ano na yun, potential items in the illicit trade of conventional weapons po yun. So nangyayari po ito, and then we really have to have a regime, a global regime on how to minimize the trade in this illicit conventional weapons and arms. And then maybe those who are worried about our membership in this treaty should not really be worried, because what it requires is just reportorial requirements. The Philippines will now report to the ATT Secretariat of reports which our agencies like the PNP, AFP, and other agencies which have records on firearms and weapons pursuant to our existing domestic law. Yun po yun. We will follow our law, the reportorial requirements of our laws, and then we will now share this with the 83 Secretariat. That would be the basically the big difference now, Mr. President. Actually, the information that will be needed are already information already filed, submitted, and on record with our government agencies pursuant to domestic law. So, yun po yung main understanding ko po sa treaty. Kasi it respects national sovereignty actually. I mean, there is no new regulation on our domestic arms manufacturer and our even the consumers of weapons directly from the international body. Wala pong ganun. All rules are domestic rules passed by our Congress. Yun po yun, walang magbabago sa rules and laws. May magbabago sa reportorial requirement. The Philippine government will now report to the ATT Secretariat pursuant to the template given to our government, so that that secretariat can monitor trade in firearms and conventional weapons, so that it can now possibly detect the illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. Maraming salamat. Ito, isang issue pa. One of the claims of those who oppose the treaty is that reporting of all our imports and exports to the ATT Secretariat to be shared by all member states will easily inform the country's enemies, such as international terrorists, of the weapons we possess, thereby jeopardizing our national security. How do we address this claim, Mr. President?
Well, ang assumption nila dyan, it is as if the Secretariat is the only source of information. Hindi naman po. If they really want to research on the Philippines, I know they have a way to find out. We have a free media. We have a very transparent budget process. We discuss everything. So I don't think that is really a legitimate worry, Mr. President. Anyway, we have our own countermeasures naman, di ba? We have our own National Security Council. We have our own National Security Plan. We have, I'm sure there are plans of the AFP and the PNP to meet contingencies, terrorist attacks, like what happened in Marawi. Ang Marawi yata, May yun eh. So I think December, if I remember correctly, we have already declared that it was over. So around 6 months. So ako po hindi ako masyadong concerned doon sa reportorial requirements, kasi ano na po yan eh, it's really, we really have all of these figures in custody of government agencies, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we know what will be the effects if we fail to ratify the treaty today? Any repercussions or any...
Yeah, yun lang ang ano ko, concern ko, because if we fail to ratify it today, most likely we might not be able to concur. If we cannot concur in the ratification today, then most likely we cannot concur in the ratification of this treaty under the term of President Duterte, and it is President Duterte who ratified the said treaty and submitted it to the Senate, so making it part of his foreign policy, Mr. President. So sayang din, because sayang, I believe that we will ultimately be part of this treaty, pero sayang din po, we should do it within the term of the president who ratified it, because this is our expression of solidarity with the effort to minimize, if we cannot really eliminate, the illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms, which, in my opinion, which problem it was highlighted by the sudden and rushed departure of American military forces in Afghanistan, leaving behind numerous, maybe not completely documented number of conventional weapons and firearms. So dumami na ang subject of possible illicit trading in conventional weapons and firearms. So it is really a problem which has been recognized by other countries, which we should also agree to, that exists in the world, and we have to do our share in minimizing this illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms. So ito po yon, and this is one way of joining, showing solidarity with the rest of the world to fight this problem, a real problem that we face, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what will happen if we fail to enforce and comply with our obligations under the treaty?
When we become a member, and
Yes,
then,
Mr. President.
yes,
Granting that we sign, we ratify this treaty, and what will happen if we fail to enforce and comply with our obligations under this treaty?
Actually, there's no sanction, but then our attention can be called by the secretariat, by our fellow state parties, Mr. President, and maybe they will not make us a beneficiary anymore of the trust fund. Mga ganun pong mga effect po sa atin. Reputational damage also, kaya that's why sinabi ko kanina, when we ratify and become a state party, we should be a diligent state party, complying in good faith with all of the provisions of the treaty. So tayo po ang pupuna sa mga state parties na hindi nagko-comply. Wag po tayo ang punahin na hindi tayo nagko-comply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last question. Article 6, paragraph 3 of the treaty provides that, number 3, a state party shall not authorize any transfer of conventional arms covered under Article 2 or of items covered under Article 3 or Article 4. Ito yung mga listed, Mr. President, from Tangke de Guerra to air assets hanggang sa small firearms. So if it has knowledge of the time of authorization that the arms or items would be used in the commission of genocide, crimes against humanity, grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of 1949, attacks directed against civilian objects or civilians protected as such, or other war crimes as defined by international agreements to which it is a party. In light of the allegation against the Philippines regarding crimes against humanity, what could be the possible effects of these unfounded allegations to our supply of arms from the state party of this treaty?
Mr. President, can I ask the interpolator, the good interpolator, to restate the question? I did not get the essence of his question, Mr. President.
Yeah, I'll state it again, Mr. President. Article 6, paragraph 3 of the treaty provides that a state party shall not authorize any transfer of conventional arms covered under Article 2 or of items covered under Article 3 or Article 4 if it has knowledge at the time of authorization that the arms or items would be used in the commission of genocide, crimes against humanity, grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of 1949, attacks directed against civilian objects or civilians protected as such, or other war crimes as defined by international agreements to which it is a party. Now the question is, in light of the allegation against the Philippines, particularly in our war on drugs, regarding crimes against humanity, what could be the possible effects of these unfounded allegations to our supply of arms from state party of this treaty?
Okay.
Posibleng hindi tayo bibintahan, Mr. President.
Kung posible ba nilang gamitin yung ICC initiatives against us, Mr. President? Well, Mr. President, ang sagot ko dyan, with or without being a state party to the ATT, sovereignty din po ng bansa yun kung gagamitin ba nila o hindi ang ICC initiatives concerning the Philippines. So I don't think our concurrence in this ratification will be the significant factor, Mr. President, which will influence the sovereign nation on the value that it will put on the developments at the ICC. So nasa sa kanila po yun. Whether or not we are a member of this treaty, sila po, that's their sovereign decision if they want to sell or not to sell. Kasi even if we are a member of this treaty, there's still no obligation, sir, for a state party member to sell to us. Sovereignty pa rin po yun. Sovereignty decisions pa rin po lahat yun, or international contract law, Mr. President.
So thank you. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. President. Sana after signing this treaty, pwede pa rin tayo bumili ng mga armas for our national defense, pati law enforcement natin from other countries, not signatory to this treaty, particularly Israel and United States and Russia. That's my only concern, Mr. President, from the point of view of retired military and police officer. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor, for your clarifications. Maraming salamat.
Finally, also a reaction to the final statement, Mr. President, that talaga there is no way to read the treaty as limiting the Philippines' right, the Philippines' capacity to procure conventional weapons and firearms from state parties and non-state parties. Hindi po talaga dapat tayo maapektuhan, kasi kung talagang maapektuhan, sir, then we now use our role in foreign relations, and the Senate should be the one to recommend that we leave this treaty if maapektuhan tayo. Pero hindi po talaga From my reading of the treaty, from the feedback from our resource persons, hindi po talaga maapektuhan ang ating capacity and right to procure, source, conventional weapons and firearms that we need for our national security.
Thank you, Mr. President. At saka maraming salamat doon sa clarification mo na mamembro man tayo o hindi ng ATT, kung talagang ayaw tayong bintahan nung exporter ng firearms na yan, wala rin tayo talagang magawa. Because that is their sovereign right not to sell us those weapons. So very clear po yung explanation mo at maraming salamat, Mr. President. Thank you. Good sponsor.
Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
may the sponsor answer a few questions coming from this representation, Ms. Silingan and Cagayan de Oro?
Yes, gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor. Yeah, just to follow up on the questions of Senator, former General Ronald Bato de la Rosa, on the issue on the arms trade. So what is the point? I was listening intently earlier, but what is the point of the treaty, dear sponsor, Your Honor? If it's an arms treaty, but we can buy from anyone, and it will not stop us from buying from anyone, nor we. So what is the point of the treaty, Mr. President? What is the meat of the treaty? If I may ask it very simply.
Yes. The meat of the treaty is that hopefully if the reportorial requirements are complied with, then it will be now easier to detect the illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms. So kung ma-detect na yon, hopefully they can now put a stop or minimize the illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms.
So it's a reportorial system, Mr. President. In other words, we have to report to the UN. There's a UN body.
Yes, the
we have to
Secretariat,
report
the so-called ATT Secretariat, Mr. President.
So the process, for example, if we need to buy firearms or surface to air missiles or to protect the sovereignty of our nation, we have to present the documentation to the ATT first prior to the buying of these arms. Is that the process, or we buy the arms and then provide them the documentation after?
Correct, sir.
Would you, gentlemen?
Reportorial requirement, sir. Sovereignty is not affected. We determine for ourselves the weapons that we need. We determine for ourselves where we will source the weapons that we need. But if we are a member of this treaty, there are reports to be filed following the template of the ATT Secretariat. And the main purpose for the reportorial requirements is not for them to control us or to micromanage us or to interfere with our decision-making, but for them to have records, review all the records, not only of the Philippines, but worldwide, and then hopefully they can detect the source of illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms, and then put a stop to this. So yun lang po yun. With information, with more accurate information, hopefully they can put a stop to this illicit trade.
So, Mr. President, so it is not a prerequisite to purchasing arms, this repertorial requirement. Because what I'm worried lang is baka naka-kwadrado na sa isang treaty wherein we have to report first to the ATT before we can actually process the request for purchase of firearms and equipment. So hindi po siya prerequisite. It is after the fact. For example, the Philippines will buy arms from Israel, which we've already done, and we buy arms from Russia. Will we need the approval of the ATT, or do we need to report to them before Russia or Israel, who are not member states of the ATT, will be able to deliver to us? I just want to make that very clear because many countries, including India, which sells firearms and equipment, airplanes, helicopters, are not also a member to the ATT. I just want to be clarified with that, Mr. President. Kasi kung yan ang mangyayari, kung sa ease of doing business pa, hindi na tayo makakabili ng armas sa kanila because we have to comply with the ATT's requirements of reports.
Well, hindi po, at saka hindi rin tayo papayag doon. Definitely, we will not allow such a system that parang ano tawag mo dyan, pre-audit, pre-audit
Parang
system.
pre-audit.
Hindi po tayo papayag sa gano'n. We are a sovereign nation, we decide for ourselves. But then, if we are a member of this treaty, we make reports so that, kasi by making a report, siguro, ano din, state party cannot also, sell to a dubious tayo kasi we are more of a consumer pero when we are now a seller, we are an arms manufacturer, we cannot sell to a dubious buyer kasi we will have to make a report of that sale also.
Yes.
Pero
A follow-up
tayo
question
naman
lang.
yes sir.
Yes, a follow-up question, Mr. President. For example, may the gentleman sponsor know if Turkey is a member of the ATT? So you mentioned China, America, Israel, they're not members of this Russia, of this ATT, Armed State Treaty. How about Turkey po?
I'm getting information on Turkey, but the information on China is that China just ratified the treaty, Mr. President.
Okay.
China is not a member of the ATT.
My stand corrected.
Yes,
On
yes.
Turkey lang, because if
I'm asking
we
on
just
Turkey,
bought
yes.
helicopters from Turkey, and the president has signed this treaty, that would be a clear example that if Turkey is not a member of
Turkey is not a member.
ATT, Turkey is not a member.
It's not a member.
So, and yet we were able to buy helicopters from them. So, if we're a member state of the ATT, will that affect the purchase of helicopters from Turkey or not at all?
No, sir. No. It will not. It will not. A member state of the ATT can still procure, buy, purchase, source conventional weapons and firearms from fellow member states and from non-state parties. Klaro po yun, Mr. President.
So this is just really an additional reportorial scheme wherein we have to, if we buy arms from a particular country, we have to report to the ATT. Yun lang po.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because when you are let's say you're an arms manufacturer, and you have this obligation to report, therefore, so you're also more diligent in choosing your buyer, because you will have to report the transaction. Ganun po yun. And hopefully, yun na nga, you discourage illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms.
And then maybe my final question, Mr. President, and I appreciate the time given to me by the sponsor. My final question, will this treaty by any chance hamper the possibility of our local manufacturers from exporting to other countries, making it more difficult to them? For example, Armscor and yung Squires Bingham, they manufacture their plant in your area, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, Marikina. Wala po hindi po sila lalong mahirapan pag tayo pumiba dito, or will there be additional burden for them, for the local industries?
They would file the same reports, Mr. President. Basically, the same reports. Kasi ang reklamo nga, ang feedback nga na nakuha ko galing sa kanila, very strict na nga yung domestic law natin eh. Yung reportorial requirements, ang dami ng information disclosed nila doon eh. So this treaty will not require additional reports or information from them, but it will require reports from the Republic of the Philippines.
So it's the Philippines, the Republic of the Philippines that will report on their behalf? Is that?
Yes, sir. The Republic of the Philippines is the state party. So we will be the ones to comply with the terms of the treaty.
Okay, Mr. President, I no longer have any questions on the measure. Thank you very much to my dear sponsor and colleague.
Mr. President,
We have nakalista pa after me, Senator Joel Villanueva. Then I see the two hands of our colleagues, Senator Amy Marcos and Senator Richard Gordon, Mr. President. Maybe recognize Senator
Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe be given a chance to ask some clarificatory questions to the sponsor of the measure. If I
Yes,
may.
Mr. President, I will try my best to answer the questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City. I have been listening attentively to the questions raised by our distinguished colleague from Davao and Bukidnon. And I'm a little confused, Mr. President, I have to admit, because of the fact that one, even if you don't or you miss reporting, Mr. President, there'll be no sanctions. Is that correct? If you also deal with countries not part of the treaty, not a member of ADT, you can also do so. Is that correct, Your Honor, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Number one, sa second point, you're dealing with sovereignty kasi national sovereignty, and we do not intend to surrender a part of our sovereignty. So by entering this treaty, so we should be able to buy the conventional weapons and firearms that we have determined that we need from sources that we want to source them from. So no international body can interfere with that decision. And then
Yes,
number two, yung first point you, sir, on the reportorial well, there's really no sanction, but there is a fund kasi there is a fund, and maybe you will be the last party to be considered for as beneficiary of the fund. But that is only I'm only surmising, Mr. President, because I am not the administrator of the fund. There is an administrator of the fund. Yeah.
And yes, Mr. President, distinguished colleague from Cagayan de Oro, you also made mention that with regard to being a beneficiary to this fund, we are actually benefiting from this right now. Is that correct, Your Honor?
There has been at least one occasion where we benefited, $99,996, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, currently the Philippines imports most of its firearms from other countries, and these firearms are used by our armed forces of the Philippines, our police to carry out their functions, which is why importation of these items should be done in, I think you would agree with me, in an expeditious manner, distinguished colleague, Your Honor. Will ratifying this treaty subject our country to tedious import processing requirements, distinguished colleague? Because this is a concern when certain terrorist groups may import firearms faster through smuggling, placing our soldiers and the police at a disadvantage. What's your comment on that, Your Honor, distinguished colleague?
It should not affect, sir. It should not affect the current procedures that are being observed in importing firearms.
But there will be reporting requirements, processing, as made mention by our distinguished colleague. Don't you think this will be additional red tape, additional bureaucracy, would somehow delay the process of importing our firearms?
This would be annual reports. So normal processes will be observed, and then at the end of the relevant year, the data are summarized in a report, and then monitor for purposes of the Secretariat, and they monitor it on a year-to-year basis, Mr. President.
So perhaps, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, just to put on record, this will not in any way delay the process of importing firearms.
Yes, by our government, if that is the main concern, definitely not, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We don't want to be remiss of our duty here as members of the Senate, and we just wanted to ask that question. And lastly, Mr. President, as already mentioned by our dear Majority Floor Leader, could a ratification of this treaty, just for the record, further stunt the growth of our local arms manufacturing industry? Because I think, Mr. President, another solution to what we are looking at right now is, instead of ratifying this treaty, could we consider, for example, strengthening our existing laws and policies to prevent illegal trade and support local manufacturing of firearms? This way, Mr. President, our our country can benefit from developing our own industry and increasing employment as well.
Hopefully, it's not an either-or choice, Mr. President. There is nothing in the treaty which will prevent us from further improving our domestic regime, Mr. President. And actually, if we have new ideas on how we can improve the domestic regime and prohibit the trade, international trade, illicit trade of conventional weapons and firearms, then we are actually performing our duty as a responsible member of the treaty, Mr. President.
Sir President, distinguished colleague, may we know if we were able to consult or if we have any comments coming from the local arms manufacturing industry with regard to this treaty? If there's any, Your Honor.
Yes, during the hearing, we invited the Arms Manufacturers Organization and the Arms Dealer Organization. Let me just refresh my memory on their official stand by consulting our committee secretary, Mr. President. Just a few seconds, Mr. President.
Yeah, with all due respect, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Senator Marcos.
Yes, if I recall, I attended the committee hearings, and Armscor and the other local manufacturers were vehemently opposed to the ratification of this treaty.
That is what I want to double check if it is really a vehement objection. But I think they had reservations, Mr. President. That's for sure. But whether they vehemently oppose, let me check with our ComSec the records, Mr. President. Because I remember during the committee hearing, Mr. President, they were worried about future legislation, which will make it, which will add burdens on them in their reporting system. I said that do not worry too much about that because given our system in enacting laws, they will definitely be invited to committee hearings on specific measures which are proposed pursuant to this treaty. And if these measures will unduly burden them, then they can speak out during those committee hearings. That is what I told them, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I will no longer belabor the issue, but if I may be given this representation a copy of their position paper so we can make the right decision, especially in this very important matter on the table right now, Mr. President. And I know that there are a lot of our colleagues would like to ask questions. I will leave it at that. It's just that, Mr. President, I have to be honest and admit, Mr. President, that I'm a little confused of the treaty because whether you sign or not, parang pareho lang. Pag nag-report ka, hindi, parang pareho lang. Whether maapektuhan yung local arms manufacturing industry o hindi, parang medyo magulo. Yung din pong reportorial, Mr. President, parang additional trabaho sa atin would somehow delay our process in importing our firearms. So if these are all present and at the same time pwede rin palang hindi. So hindi ko alam, Mr. President, no? And I just wanted to put that on record that I'm definitely open and looking forward to again staying here and listening to our colleagues' questions. But I will wait for that, Mr. President, if that is okay from our distinguished chairperson, a copy of the position paper of our local arms manufacturing industry. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague, for your patience. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes. Mr. President, There will be a difference if we are now a member to the Arms Trade Treaty because we will now be contributing to this international data gathering of the ATT Secretariat precisely to monitor the movement of conventional weapons and firearms as officially reported, and maybe they have other sources of information. They can now compare the official reports, their sources of information, so that they can detect a possible illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms, and where this is happening, or where is the source. So, if we want to be part of this global effort to minimize the illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms, then we have to be a member of this arms trade treaty, because that is the purpose. Yun lang po yung purpose. The purpose is not really to make it more difficult for us to buy what we need for purposes of national security, or to make it more difficult for our arms manufacturer. Actually, ang feeling ko nga, because of the reputational benefits, Philippines being part of the ATT, then a Philippine arms manufacturer will also benefit or gain from this reputational benefit of the Philippines, that we have nothing to hide. Di ba parati natin naririnig yun na kung wala ka namang kinakatakutan, o wala kang dapat katakutan, o di ba ka matakot, you have nothing to hide, wala tayong tinatago. So that's it. Actually, this is reportorial requirement. We have nothing to hide. The Philippines is not a player in this illicit trade of conventional weapons and firearms. So, I hope that we do not worry too much about the negative implications of our membership to the point that we believe we will be disabled in defending our country. Hindi po mangyayari yun. And Senate will not allow it, and the executive branch will not endorse this treaty to the Senate if ganyan po ang effect ng treaty na ito. So definitely hindi po yan ang effect ng treaty. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. President. And one last final note, Mr. President, if it will help us determine or address the problem of loose firearms, of smuggling in the country, then I am for it, Mr. President. It's just that right now, we even have this problem besetting our country, and I wanted to find out how this treaty would help. And again, Mr. President, I have an open mind listening to the questions being raised by our colleagues. And again, I'd like to thank our sponsor, distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, our would-be birthday boy, Senator Coco Pimentel. Thank you again.
Senator Amy Marcos is next. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will not be asking any questions. I think they've been sufficiently expounded upon by my colleagues, and I was also very generously allowed to participate during committee hearings by the good sponsor. However, I would just like to manifest my serious concern about the constraints that this treaty would impose upon the Philippines' procurement of very necessary defense equipment and supplies, and that the impression that mere repertorial requirements are going to be imposed is, I think, a little bit ingenuous and inaccurate, because in fact, we all know that there will be limitations on suppliers, more constraints also on processing, and certainly the position of our long maligned local defense industry has been one of opposition, given that our SRDP, or Self-Reliant Defense Program, has been held back for so many years. Also, in view of the many problems of domestic terrorism, as well as the West Philippine Sea, I feel that the Philippines should certainly have a free hand, and that this treaty may not allow that. Even as the AFP and PNP have said that there is little to gain from signing this, and that in fact, it does not impose upon the ATT any accountability for halting illegal arms trade and transport in our territory. Thank you po.
Well, Mr. President, just a very brief reaction. The ATT is not a weapons ban treaty. It does not prevent the acquisition of conventional weapons for legitimate purposes. It's not against arms sales, but it does not apply to internal trade within the country to respect the sovereignty of the country. So, ganun po yun. So, it does not regulate the sales by a Philippine manufacturer within the Philippines out of respect for national sovereignty. So, our gun control laws are under our control. So, tama naman po yun. I think that should be the case because as I've stated earlier, even if we have entered into this treaty, there is really no surrender of sovereignty, lalo na yung more important decisions of the exercise of sovereignty like national security, national defense, purchase of arms, where to purchase, etc., Mr. President. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Sponsor. We're aware that no internal responsibility for illicit trade will be imposed. However, we are also aware that certain international transactions have resulted in the transport of arms into the country from international sources. So the hope was that there would be something in the ATT that would at least make it known to us or put us in a position to stop this sort of transactions. And yet, to the best knowledge of many of our soldiers and officers, this treaty will not help in that regard. Okay, but all of this, so these are illicit international transactions that Your Honor is referring to. Of course, these have happened because this should be the explanation for the proliferation of unregistered and licensed illegal firearms and weapons within Philippine territory. This happened before our membership in the ATT, so hope we should not blame the ATT for this. But definitely, being a member of the ATT now, therefore we can now discuss this problem with our fellow members of the ATT. And who knows, no, from the sharing of best practices, sharing of information, and access to the data held by the ATT Secretariat from the reportorial requirements, then maybe the Philippines on its own or with the help of our treaty partners can come up with a better way on how to prevent the entry of illicit firearms into Philippine territory. Kasi ano na po ito eh. Actually, ano na to eh. Ito na yung mga ito na yung mga kilos ng mga hindi takot sa batas eh. So whether may ATT o walang ATT, hindi takot sa batas to mga to. But that's why hopefully the ATT will now help us with information on who these people are, where they are located, how this is happening, especially from our interaction with our fellow state parties. So that is the hope, Mr. President. Yes. I don't think the treaty will be the instant solution to this problem, Mr. President. Yes, certainly. Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor. That is indeed the hope and the prayer.
Mr. President, may I recognize Senator Richard Gordon?
Senator Richard Gordon is next.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Floor Leader, distinguished colleagues. Would the gentleman from, again, the oral yield to just a few questions?
Yes, sir. Most willingly, sir.
Sir, obviously we all know the purpose of this is to make sure that the flow or the untrammeled flow of firearms should now be put away from darkness, and the light of transparency can be shown upon it, right? More or less. Because there is no real legal sanctions on which we can punish these people.
Yes, sir. I think it's the sunshine principle. Kung wala namang kinakatakutan, ilabas, i-report. Opo.
Yes, you've already said that. Yung
Yes,
mga
sir.
Boko Haram, wala silang pakialam. Kukuha sila ng baril sa mga ibang bansa, papasok yan. Hindi natatakot yung mga nagbebenta. Or for that matter, in Afghanistan, once upon a time, the Russians were selling firearms to the Afghans, and then later on, the U.S. sold Stinger missiles to the Afghan rebels, to the Mujahideen. Under this condition, if they were all signatories to the treaty, there would be transparency on what they're doing, and all you can do is put them in international opprobrium. Would that be correct, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And because there is also a secretariat, and then the members of the treaty can have, as I have been informed, that there is also a diversion information exchange forum. So may mga ganon, there are some mechanisms or informal roundtable discussions where parties can help each other in this problem of illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms, Mr. President.
I'm not being incredulous, but really this is a treaty that pushes by a few inches the prevention of the flow of firearms, and a little bit of responsibility upon those who supply the firearm, because they can now be traced to them. Would that be correct, sir?
That is correct, sir.
I just want to make sure that we know that this is not a panacea, that it's just like the atomic bomb treaty. We know that there are some countries that already have the atomic bomb, but there's no sanctions that can be used against them. Would that be a good analogy, sir?
I agree, sir, that this is not the panacea. But at least there is collective plan of many nations on how to minimize the illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms, and the Philippines would now be part of this plan.
A few years ago, during the Marcos administration, and later on the other administrations that followed, I remember one big neighbor were funding the Maoist rebels with firearms. Are you familiar with that, sir?
I know that they had access to firearms, Mr. President, but the actual source, I could only guess, Mr. President.
I think the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro is being polite and squeamish. We all know that the Maoist, as the term Maoist, it came from another country called China at the time, and until the President Marcos went to China, that trade kept on flowing to our country and hurting our people. Would that be correct, sir?
I know, Mr. President, that when you say Maoist, that is actually an ideology. So an ideology can easily cross physical borders, Mr. President. But their arms, I have actually no personal knowledge, Mr. President, so I cannot confirm
But
that
we
the
can
source
source
of
the
the
weapon,
arms is
right?
the source of the ideology, Mr. President.
Your Honor, we can source the weapon, right? An AK-47 is also made in China. There's the China model, right? And so right away, there is the smoking gun, literally, made in China, and we can refer to that. And therefore, under this bill, under this treaty, rather, there would be some psychological sanction, not a legal sanction, but certainly they will be exposed to the entire world. And not that it matters, because it continues. The Americans do it, the Israelis do it, the Germans do it. They send firearms, and the firearms are used to attack people and make human suffering a commodity that is done by the firearms that are being used. Is that correct? And that is the purpose of this law, right? This treaty, which ultimately becomes a law in our country.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. President, Senator Gordon, because one of the purposes actually is to reduce human suffering arising from this access to illicit conventional weapons and firearms. So, totoo po yun. And then, with your example that, if there are firearms with made in some country marking, and then that country is a treaty partner, through the treaty mechanism, we can bring this up with that country. How come there are unreported firearms made in your country available in our country? So maybe we can trace back we can trace a possible, or we can come up with a possible solution to this problem, Mr. President.
We're all aware of that fact that firearms are being brought into our country by other countries who are visiting here. Even Filipinos import weapons from other countries. In fact, Your Honor, my own father, the weapon that was used against my own father was traced to America. It was a 32 caliber pistol, and we were able to trace it. But what would this treaty do to that case? Nothing, right? It will still happen again, right?
Because of the availability of guns here in the Philippines, yes, definitely a murder through the use of a firearm can still happen again. And it can happen from a licensed and from an unlicensed firearm, Mr. President.
The questions are being propounded by this representation, if only, not in opposition, but in support, if only to strengthen the position of the distinguished sponsor and the United Nations and the signatories to this treaty, so that we know we're not coming in with our eyes closed, that this is not, as I said, going to be a panacea, but certainly something that direction of which is terribly encouraged or severely encouraged, so that the world will come one day, if we come to our senses, that we can all help one another and stop this illicit movement of firearms that almost happen without any obligation on the part of those who send the firearm to another country. And I hope that I'm trying to be clear with that, Your Honor. Knowing that it's just like the non-proliferation agreement on weapons, nuclear weapons, this is another one of those treaties. And, do you see the day when the United Nations will finally have enough courage or enough gumption to say to the world powers that, hey, you cannot do that anymore? For example, in Ukraine, for example, the Russians are coming in and they're even pretending that they're not really Russian soldiers, but they are really Russian soldiers going in there and saying they're just to protect the Russian populace within the Ukraine. And anytime now, there could be an invasion of Ukraine. So I cannot imagine that there are no firearms that are being brought to the Ukraine. And even if we expose that, it's not going to be prevented. It's not going to stop. And people will die. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That's correct, Your Honor. So we just do our share, Mr. President, as a nation, as a country, as a sovereign nation. Let's do our share in reducing, minimizing, if not totally eliminating the illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms. And this is one step in the right direction, being a party to the Arms Trade Treaty, Mr. President.
Actually, I would not go as far as reducing. I would say discouraging those who are makapalamuka na mga countries who will bring firearms so that people can be killed in another country. Because they're not going to reduce. Greed has no boundaries, it's no limits. It's not limited by territory, or it's not limited by morality. It's just greed, simple greed, or some pursuit of a political purpose. Let us say to shake down a country and to turn it over into a like a terrorist, force it to a position that the state is not willing to do, but they're forced to do so because of all this entree of firearms to their country. And isn't that very tragic for the invention of God called humankind? In any case, Mr. President, I think I've said enough. I just wanted to make this point. I want to tell the body that as a Red Cross, former governor of the International Red Cross and still chairman of the Philippine Red Cross, and I know Ms. Kubiri is one of those who really believe in the Red Cross Code, along with others who are there. I think it's important for us to know that the ICRC and the Federation and the Philippine Red Cross stands Foursquare and support the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and our country from really doing this. Now, final question. Supposing now, and this is always asked now in these political forums or fora nowadays, the president has been charged with it before the ICSC, right? For extrajudicial killings. And now you have a situation where these firearms have been used, came from another country. Would that help in the securing of, I suppose you're both, are lawyers. It would definitely help, but would it definitely put a stop or help put a stop to the use of firearms coming from another country that are being used to kill our people? Would that help minimize that, you think?
Definitely, Your Honor, Mr. President. Number one, there's this concept of diversion because of reportorial requirements. A diversion would be theoretically detected, Mr. President. But let us say the weapons need not be diverted and they are used by the official armed forces of the country against its people, then even this fact can be brought up in the different fora within the treaties. And we don't even need this treaty, Mr. President. I think even without the Arms Trade Treaty, that is a legitimate issue which can be raised in many conventions that the Philippines is a party to, Mr. President.
As a matter of fact, America, for example, refuses to give aid to our police if they're involved in extrajudicial killings. So for that matter, even give aid to our country. I've come across that several times in my meetings with American senators and American State Department officials. They said they're not going to give a single centavo for so long as there is extrajudicial killings. But in the end, they still give aid on the pretext that the aid is being used to, put our people in submission and extend human rights abuses to all these people. That is a sanction already by another country, not necessarily by a treaty-obligated country. Or for that matter, there are other sanctions. For example, the Coast Guard can receive ships from America, like frigates, but when you convert that into a military vessel and put it in the Philippine Navy, that's another conversation, which is precisely what happened when we sent the Philippine Navy vessel to go after fishermen, or what appears to be fishermen, or what appears to be masqueraders in China, fishing, and that creates a different, description of the people who are, and that's why they say we can give to the Coast Guard but not to the military, so that we will not be involved in a fracas because of your misunderstandings with another country like China. Would that be close enough of I know it's a stretch as an analogy, but that is another form of sanctions that are being done by another country, not necessarily a signatory to the treaty. And I subscribe completely to the fact that some of the firearms would eventually be diverted. But I will stop there and let you answer that question. Would that be an adequate analogy, Your Honor, what I just said about the
Thank
Coast
you.
Guard and about the police?
Thank you for raising that point, Mr. President. Just to show that if the Philippines is to be sanctioned by another state or nation because of extrajudicial killings or other acts that they are objecting to, they do not need this treaty to do so. They can do so under their own sovereign powers, Mr. President.
And in the case of that intrusion by that ship, which became a prelude, if I'm not mistaken, to martial law, when a ship somewhere appeared in the northern coast of, was it Paris or somewhere there, Kasagatan or the Karagatan, that would have been some form of a statement that firearms are indeed coming from another country. Would that be correct, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. I think that's a good example of illicit trade in in conventional weapons and firearms, Mr. President. Because if I remember correctly, that was a ship in northern Luzon, and it unloaded firearms, Mr. President. So it was not a formal transaction. There's no record of the transaction. There's no buyer and seller information, Mr. President. So I think that is a good illustration of what an illicit trade, Mr. President, is.
And if that's a demonstration of illicit trade, and we were signatories already to this agreement, how can we raise the matter to the United Nations Secretariat? The failure to report by that exporting country to the Philippines of these firearms?
Yes,
What's
sir.
the leverage of that?
Yes, sir. So that means number one, that we immediately, let's say, we immediately discovered the act or the incident. Therefore, we can as a member to the treaty, we can raise this to the treaty secretariat and to our fellow treaty party, and bring this to their attention, and I'm sure this was not also recorded in their records as an export. So we can ask them now. We can point this out to them that this happened. So you have to tighten your controls and be more accurate in your reporting, Mr. President.
Indeed. So I was just demonstrating the limitations of this treaty. If it was already in full force, we can go as far as reporting it to the UN and saying, hey, this country is importing these firearms, is exporting these firearms to our country, and we'd like to let you know. And where would they go from there? Would they send a letter? Would they cannot impose fines, they cannot impose any sanctions, but I guess they would let it be known to all the party signatories to this that this is not allowed. This is not encouraged. This is totally discouraged, and it makes exporting country some form of a rogue state. Would that be correct, Your Honor?
There will be a forum, at least, Mr. President. When we are a member, we are a state party to this treaty, there is now a forum for us to bring this up with the like-minded nations, especially if the exporter is also a state party. We can even directly bring it up to that state party, Mr. President. And of course, it will be all recorded and part of the records of the ATT Secretariat, Mr. President. So there is actually pressure also, moral pressure, legal pressure, because that exporter is a let's say a state party to the treaty. Or how come you were not able to record or even detect the export of arms coming from your local manufacturer?
That's correct. And yes, I will stop here because I think we've been able to spread into the record the impact of this treaty, the extent upon which this treaty will apply and help the country, if at all. And I hope that I would like to congratulate the sponsor for his excellent answers to the questions of our fellow senators and this representation. And please be assured of my continued support for your proposal. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May you recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros? I believe she wants to ask a question.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Good sponsor. May I ask just three short and friendly questions of the good sponsor?
Most welcome, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Why isa pa yan, good sponsor. First of all, good sponsor, nag-intervene po ako pabor dito sa Arms Trade Treaty na sinusponsor nyo para sa ating ratification. First point, good sponsor, because hindi ba totoo na yung ibang mga produkto nga mas regulated pa kaysa sa mga sandata? Mas regulated ang mobile phones kaysa sa weapons. Mas regulated ang mga prutas tulad ng saging kaysa pa itong mga weapons. Pero itong Arms Trade Treaty ay isang bagong international law na nagre-regulate ng mga sandata. Produkto actually, good sponsor, na dapat talagang ma-regulate para hindi siya mag-end up sa maling mga kamay. Isa sa pinakamapait na recent na halimbawa ay yung mga unlimited na ammunition at saka high-powered weapons ng Maute Group. So itong Arms Trade Treaty, no, ay tungkol sa responsibility, accountability at saka transparency ng weapons trade. Tama po ba yon, good sponsor?
Tama po lahat ng sinabi ninyo, pero dagdagan ko na rin na regulated na rin naman ang arms trade within the Philippines, no? With all of these regulations. And tama lang, 'di ba? Tama lang na kasi ano siya it's not only a sensitive item. I mean, it's a dangerous item. It can be used to also commit crime. It can be used to commit the ultimate crime, leading to a loss of life, Mr. President. So
certainly more dangerous than cell phones or bananas, good sponsor.
Tama lang na regulated siya. But may I add, Mr. President, that this Arms Trade Treaty will not add automatically to additional regulation of arms within our domestic regime, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor, na sinabi nyo yan because yan na nga po yung tungkol sa dalawang huling tanong ko. Nag-aalala ako, good sponsor, na yung opposition sa Arms Trade Treaty, particular ng ating domestic arms industry, ay baka nakabatay sa misunderstanding at misconception tungkol sa treaty. Unang-una na, good sponsor, hindi ba tama na hindi naman tungkol sa pag-share ng mga pangalan ng lahat ng gun holders sa Pilipinas itong treaty? Hindi ba tama na tungkol lang ito sa reportorial obligation ng Pilipinas na maging transparent sa ating weapons transfers at weapons trade? Hindi ba tama, good sponsor, na makikita nga natin, matitignan natin yung reporting template at never na hinihingi ng reporting template yon yung pangalan ng mga gun holders dito sa Pilipinas?
Tama po lahat ng sinabi nyo, Mr. President or Senator Ontiveros. Actually, yung reportorial requirements natin, general information lang. But once we become a state party, but we have to establish siguro our baseline. Magbe-baseline data tayo. So that actually tinutulungan tayo nito after how many years of submission of reports, then we have data about the Philippines. Then experts will help us go over our data, analyze our data, and supplement it with data from other countries and from the rest of the world. And then they will now determine, is the Philippines being used unwittingly as part of illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms? So, ganun po yun. We will benefit because I know that we do not want to be a party to. The Philippines, as a nation, as a country, as a state, does not want to be a party to any illicit trade in conventional weapons and firearms. So, wala tayong dapat katakutan. We should willingly submit the reports so that we can be assisted, we can be helped in determining whether or not we are being a party to this illicit trade, diba? And once our attention is called, I'm sure we will do something about it. So yun po yun. So general information lang po. Hindi naman po umabot sa akin, Mr. President, yung reklamo that individual gun owners or holders will be the names of these people will be required to be submitted to the ATT Secretariat. Wala pong ganon at hindi aabot sa ganon.
Salamat, good sponsor. And last but not the least, for the record pa rin, tingin ko importante linawin na itong Arms Trade Treaty, hindi niya i-burden further yung ating arms industry. Na importante para sa atin in terms both of selective industrialization at yung ating modernization ng ating armed forces. Hindi po ba, good sponsor, mas mabuti pa nga para sa ating arms industry bilang responsible business na yung mga sandata na pinoproduce nila hindi rin nag-e-end up sa mga maling kamay sa ibang bansa, halimbawa?
That's correct po. Yun po yung yun po yung essence nitong essence of the treaty. Kaya nga may reportorial requirement. In good faith, honest, nagre-report yung bansa na member. Hindi naman tayo ganun at yung ating mga arms manufacturer are legitimate ones din naman. Hindi naman din sila, I'm sure, yung production nila, ubos na yan sa legitimate, interested parties or buyers.
Kumbaga hindi sila yung object nitong treaty.
Oo, kaya nga po sinasabi ko kanina, kung wala naman tayong itinatago, wala naman tayong masamang motivasyon, and I'm sure wala. Wala po tayong kakatakutan. And then, yung reports na kailangan i-file na ng Philippines as a member, as a state party would be general reports taken from or as a summary of the reports already being filed under our domestic laws. They will not be overburdened. There's no additional burden. Actually, meron pang comment yung arms, I forgot the name na, they are a representative of the arms manufacturer, yata yun, na mas strict pa nga the Philippine laws kaysa sa interpretation sa international level on what are the parts of a firearm. Therefore, that part of a firearm, which is considered a part of a firearm by Philippine law, is reported by them to Philippine authorities. But in the international definition, this is not even part of a firearm, so we don't even need to report that to the international level. So we are already, according to this person who shared this information, that we are already strict. So strictness is nothing new to them, and being a member of the ATT will not add to any additional requirements, burden, or strictures, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, good sponsor at Mr. President. Again, for the record, I am supporting the good sponsors advocacy to us or sponsorship of this treaty for the ratification of the Senate. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Jordan Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. There's a request from our colleagues, I think, for some documents. Maybe we can move the second reading vote on this tomorrow with the permission of our dear colleague, Senator Coco. But we'll put it back in the agenda tomorrow. But there'll be no other, I don't believe there are any other members who will interpolate.
So,
I move to close the period of interpolation, Mr. President.
Okay, I will instruct my office, Mr. President, to get hold of the list of documents that are being requested, Mr. President.
By our colleagues, yes, Senator Joel, I believe, asked for some documents, and I think also Senator Bato de la Rosa. But we can close the period of interpolation, Mr. President, so move.
Yes. Any objection? Hearing none. Period of interpolation is closed.
Move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, we're in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report of Senate Bill number 1411 and House Bill number 8097. This is the receipt, this is the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of the expanded Solo Parents Welfare Act. May I recognize the chairperson, Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I have the distinct honor and privilege to submit to this august chamber the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1411 and House Bill number 8097, or the Expanded Solo Parents Welfare Act. Kaming mga solo parents ay labis-labis na nagpapasalamat sa kongresong ito na itinawid ang mahalagang panukalang batas na ito na magbibigay ng karagdagang tulong sa aming mga solo nanay at solo tatay na mag-isang nagtataguyod sa aming mga anak. Sa mga co-author ko na sina Senator Richard Gordon, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Amy Marcos, maraming salamat. To Senator Pia Cayetano, I am grateful to you for your important amendments. kay Senate Majority Leader Mig Zubiri at Senate President Tito Soto, who are also authors of this bill and who shepherded the passage of this bill, my deepest appreciation. Mr. President, I'd like to move that the entire joint explanatory statement of the Bicameral Conference Committee be spread into the records. To give everyone a snapshot of the agreements between the two chambers, the following are the salient points of this legislative measure. The expansion of the definition of solo parents to include spouses of low-skilled overseas Filipino workers away from the country for an uninterrupted period of time. The decrease in the number of months of employment before availment of the solo parent leave. The increase in the age ceiling of the child of the solo parent for availment of benefits to align this measure with the K-12 educational system. The provision of a 1,000 pesos ayuda for minimum wage earning solo parents, which I am happy to note the House of Representatives magnanimously accepted in exchange for the original hefty menu of discounts that both our houses wanted to push but was objected to by the DOF. Other benefits, such as educational scholarships for eligible children of eligible solo parents, a 10% discount on specific medicines for low-income solo parents with children 6 years old and below, prioritization in low-cost housing, and PhilHealth coverage. Lastly, but not the least, we also increased the safeguards of the law against fraud and leakage to ensure that only those who are really solo parents will enjoy the benefits of the law. Ito po ay lifeline na atin pong iniaabot sa mga solo parents. And during this time of pandemic and economic difficulty, this lifeline could not be more urgent. Marami pong salamat.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, we move to adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1411 and House Bill number 8097.
Is there any objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1411 and House Bill 8097 is hereby adopted and ratified.
And also another, just for the information of the Secretary, to let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the records of the Chamber, Mr. President.
So recorded.
Marami pong salamat, Mr. President, mga kasama.
Congratulations, Ma'am Risa. Congratulations to all our colleagues. Mr. President, we'd like to also move to, with the permission of the body, proceed with the Senate President's designation of the Senate Conference to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1241 and House Bill number 3255. This is institutionalizing the establishment of timbangan ng bayan centers in public and private markets.
All right, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee. As mentioned by the Majority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III as chairperson and members Binay, Villanueva, Marcos, and Hontiveros for the minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, also, we have just a quick communication from Senator Laila de Lima. Senator de Lima had sent us that the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development created a subcommittee to deal with bills relating to senior citizens' pensions. And the communication further states that she's appointing Senator Joel Villanueva as subcommittee chairperson.
The manifestation is so recorded. Thank you.
Additional work for our dear colleague from Bulacan. Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Coco, several members, Senator Coco, Mr. President, several members had placed their name to interpolate the RCEP. This is Senator Tolentino, Senator Joel, myself, and a few other of our colleagues here. Is it all right, Senator Coco, if we put you earlier tomorrow? I will start you earlier on tomorrow because it's going to be a long discussion, and we're only page 2 out of 20 pages. So I hope you don't mind if we can just move forward And we will take it up again tomorrow. I promise you both the RCEP and of course the arms trade. The arms trade, botohan na lang yung bukas po.
Thank
If
you.
that's okay.
Thank you. I will follow the will of the majority, Mr. President. But once again, I appeal to everybody that the RCEP is a very important agreement, a free trade agreement, which could make the Philippines part of the largest trading bloc in the world, Mr. President. So anyway, tomorrow we'll take it up and discuss more in detail the features of the agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Senator Coco. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Moving forward,
But before you leave that, Senate Resolution 960, that means, I'm sorry, that's not
963 po.
963. 960. If we approve it on, with a 2/3 vote, would that need a third reading?
No, yes, sir. We have to approve it on third reading at the 2/3 vote for these treaties. That is on Monday. If we approve it this week, Monday po yung botohan dyan, Mr. President. And that means 16 votes.
We've done it before, I know.
Yes, 16 votes, Mr. President.
Yes, but I remember a treaty that we passed before that did not need a 3-day. We'll check. We'll
Yes,
check on the records of the Senate.
Yes, Mr.
You know,
President.
because it is a resolution.
Yes.
You know, and then a treaty. We'll have the Secretariat check the records of the
If
Senate.
it can be treated like a certified measure, which after
Yeah.
second reading, we can vote on third.
I'm not too sure, but
Yes.
I think I remember something like that.
Sige po,
Anyway,
we'll check our records.
we'll look
Mr.
into it.
President,
Check into the records.
Mr. President, before we leave the matter of treaties, you are correct, Mr. President, and we can actually consult the committee secretary, Ms. Sukandao. He knows of some past practice where we approve treaties expeditiously without requiring the passage of 3 days. There is a precedent, Mr. President, numerous precedents.
I remember something like that, but I just cannot recall the reason why. So let's ask the secretary to look into the records.
Yes, Mr. President. If we can find the precedent, we can follow that precedent,
All
Mr.
right.
President.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. So we're suspending consideration.
Yes, well, we did not take it up, Mr. President. We'll take it up for tomorrow. And then with the permission of the body, just to finish our treaties, even international and local. When I mean local, Mr. President, Senator Lacson has 3 concurrent resolutions on amnesties. And I think these are quite important. Then we can go back to the regular programming, Mr. President, with the permission of our colleagues. These are House Concurrent Resolution number 12, House Concurrent Resolution number 13, and House Concurrent Resolution number 14. What I was told, Mr. President, by Senator Lacson was these are already approved by the national government and are just seeking concurrence from Congress. I'm sure the minority floor leader would like to weigh in and ask a question. May we recognize Senator, the minority floor leader, Mr. President.
Senator Frank Drilon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Is Senator Lacson in the hall, Mr. President?
Yes, yes. He is here.
He's the sponsor, Mr. President. Yes, he's.
Okay. So is this already on the floor? Is this being considered?
He,
Not yet. Wala pa po. We haven't called it out yet.
he hasn't sponsored it?
No, wala pa po.
All right.
So we are going to ask him to sponsor the measure first. So, Mr. President, with that, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary recess to special order House Concurrent Resolution number 12. So moved.
Number
12 po.
Number 12. Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, move to consider House Concurrent Resolution number 12 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary will read title of the measure.
House Concurrent Resolution number 12, concurrent resolution concurring with the proclamation number 1090 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated February 5, 2021, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political beliefs.
Mr. President, may I recognize the sponsor, Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson, to sponsor the measure.
Senator Pamelo Lacson is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just request that this representation be allowed to sponsor an omnibus to include the House concurrent resolution, not only
13.
12 but 13 and 14 in my sponsorship. speech.
That would be better, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, so that at least questions later on could be addressed on the three resolutions. So with that, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I also move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House concurrent resolution number 13, as well as House concurrent resolution number 14. So moved, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
I move that we consider House concurrent resolution number 13 and 14 as the secretary to read the title of both measures.
Secretary will read title of the measures.
House concurrent resolution number 13, concurrent resolution concurring with the proclamation number 1091 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated February 5, 2021, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Moro National Liberation Front, MNLF, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political beliefs. House concurrent resolution number 14, concurrent resolution concurring with proclamation number 1092 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated February 5, 2021, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Revolutionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, Revolutionary Proletarian Army, Alex Bongkayaw Brigade, RPMP, RPA, ABB, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political beliefs.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Lacson.
Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Never in our history has our nation sought and demanded a time of healing with much fervor and tenacity than we do today. Healing from the health crisis which scarred our people. Healing from the economic, social, and political distress that, by and large, spoiled our nation. I rise before you today for a parallel cause, a chance to heal the open wounds brought by our endless battle for peace and unification, an opportune time to embrace back into society those who went beyond the folds of our laws in furtherance of their political beliefs and aspirations. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues of this august chamber, pursuant to our constitutional mandate of giving concurrence to the exercise of clemency powers of the President, I have the honor to report on the Senate floor the result of the public hearing conducted by the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation on the amnesties granted by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte as embodied in Committee Reports 372, 373, and 374, recommending the adoption of House concurrent resolution numbers 12, 13, and 14, respectively. The aforementioned reports are in concurrence with Presidential Proclamation numbers 1090, 1091, and 1092 to grant amnesty to members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, or MILF, Moro National Liberation Front, or MNLF, Revolutionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, and Revolutionary Proletarian Army, Alex Bongkayaw Brigade, or RPMP, RPA, ABB, and Executive Order number 125 for the creation of the National Amnesty Commission. Mr. President, to say that this is an act of compassion may not be enough without emphasizing what it truly stands for. That is an act of mercy not only for those who will be granted amnesty, but also for those who seek a true and lasting national peace and reconciliation. Looking back, our pursuit for a truly meaningful peace is an arduous and complex journey. In fact, our government's peace negotiations with the MILF began as early as January 1997. It continued in 2001 with the assistance of the government of Malaysia, which ultimately led to the signing of the framework agreement on the Bangsa-Moro in 2012 that laid out the transitional arrangements and modalities, revenue generation and wealth sharing, power sharing, and normalization. This culminated in the signing of the Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsa-Moro, or CAB, in March 2014, which consolidates and affirms the understanding and commitment between the government of the Philippines and the MILF. The landmark breakthrough in this long process of achieving peace with our Muslim brothers is the creation of a new Bangsamoro political entity through the enactment of Republic Act 11054, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. This solidifies our commitment to the gradual normalization process of the MILF combatants, their families, and communities, as well as the internally displaced persons and poverty-stricken communities. We have also traversed a long path of reconciliation since the Moro National Liberation Front, or MNLF, launched its first offensive against the government in October of 1972. The MNLF referred their issues to the Organization of Islamic Conference, or OIC, which later on facilitated the negotiations between the government and the MNLF. Such OIC-led mediation between the parties led to a ceasefire agreement and the signing of the 1976 Tripoli Peace Agreement, the basis for a just, lasting, honorable, and comprehensive solution to the problem in the southern Philippines within the framework of the Philippine Constitution. There were bottlenecks and struggles along the way until September 1996, when the government and the MNLF signed and executed the final peace agreement intended to be the full implementation of the 1976 Tripoli Agreement. Meanwhile, the formal peace negotiations between the Philippine government and the RPA, ABB, or the Kapatiran began in December 1999 under President Estrada. On 6 December 2000, a final peace agreement between the government of the Philippines and the RPMP, RPA, ABB was signed. The said agreement covers 4 identified areas, namely cessation of hostilities, confidence-building measures, releasing of political prisoners, and implementation of development projects. Subsequently, in 2002, a clarificatory document was signed to respond to the issues and led to the creation of the Joint Enforcement and Monitoring Committee, or JEMC, to supervise and monitor the implementation of the GPH and RPMP, RPA, ABB commitments under the 2000 Peace Agreement. On 19 July 2019, the government executed its final step to the 2000 Peace Agreement through the signing of the clarificatory implementing document pursuant to the directive of President Duterte to implement all signed peace agreements. Mr. President, this is just an abridged narrative of our decades-long battle against this political divide. In the foreground of all these peace negotiations, nonetheless, is the promise of the government not only of socioeconomic development, but of the granting of amnesty. Mr. President, as the House of Representatives already gave their concurrence to the said proclamations, it is now in our hands to likewise concur. It is high time that we finally stand up to our commitment to walk the talk, to attain the objectives of our myriad of peace negotiations. Through these amnesty grants, we are handing out second chances to the over 7,600 prospective applicants who are willing to have a new start in life in a secure place in society. Indeed, amnesty is an act of compassion on the part of the government. It is a chance to mend our wounds from our constant struggle. More importantly, this is our time to heal. If viewed the same by all parties concerned, then our concurrence may be another step towards or closer towards reconciliation and ultimately the attainment of lasting peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I believe the minority floor leader would like to request.
Senator Frank Drilon, the minority leader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman sponsor yield the floor for a few questions?
Willingly to the minority leader.
First, we want to spread into the record that as a matter of policy, we have no objection to this measure, the concurrence in the proclamation 1091. However, there are just a few questions that we want to be clarified for the record. Firstly, as in all the previous ratifications of the amnesty that we did, the basic premise is that we are granting amnesty to those who have committed crimes in pursuit of political beliefs. Is that correct, sir?
That is an accurate statement, Mr. President.
So that, in fact, in Section 1, it is specific that it says amnesty is hereby granted to the members of the MILF or the other groups who have committed crimes in pursuit of their political beliefs, whether punishable under the revised penal code or special laws, including but not limited to the following. May I know why why it is so broad as to include but not limited to the enumeration of the crimes here? In other words, is it possible that there are other crimes that are covered which will be subject to amnesty even if they're not enumerated here?
Mr. President, we just followed the template in previous amnesties granted by the government. And this is these are the exact wordings that we followed, Mr. President.
Yeah, I can imagine that, yes, we do not dispute that. We're just raising the question as to the coverage of the amnesty. Because when we say including but not limited to, it means it is possible to include crimes which are not enumerated here, but which were committed in the pursuit of a political belief. So that, for the record, we would like to know what possible crimes are these.
Well, we'll be guided by the clause in pursuit of political beliefs. If the crimes committed were not in pursuit of political beliefs, then they are deemed excluded, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree with that, Mr. President. In fact, that is the basic premise for the grant of amnesty. Now, there is a proviso here that the amnesty provided herein shall not be granted to those who are charged under the Human Securities Act of 2007 or Republic Act number 11479 or the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020. Question, Mr. President. Suppose the acts of terrorism were in pursuit of a political belief. Are they covered by the amnesty?
Mr. President, that's the reason why we did not concur to House Resolution number 15 or concurrent resolution number 15, which pertains to former rebels of the Communist Terrorist Group or CTG. Right now, there's a pending proscription case in the Manila RTC, and that's the reason why the Senate did not concur, or even at the committee level, hindi po natin isinama yung House Concurrent Resolution number 15 because there's a pending proscription case on top of the designation issued by the Anti-Terrorism Council against the CTG, Mr. President.
Okay, putting aside the NPAM and the NPAs, the MNLF or the MILF, let's say, attacked a a contingent of the armed forces of the Philippines committed acts under the which is punishable under the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020. Can they apply for amnesty?
That was done in the past when the Anti-Terrorism Act was not yet enforced, Mr. President.
Yes.
Remember,
Yes.
we repealed the Human Security Act of 2007. So whatever offense or offenses are included in the Anti-Terrorism Act that we passed in 2020 would not be covered by, will still be covered by this amnesty proclamation. That is my opinion in this regard, Mr. President.
Let me read for the record the definition of terrorism under Section 4 of the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020. Section 4, terrorism. Subject to Section 49 of this Act, terrorism is committed by any person who, within or outside the Philippines, regardless of the stage of execution, letter A, engages in acts intended to cause death, serious bodily injury to any person, or endangers a person's life. Let B, engages in acts intended to cause extensive damage or destruction to a government or public facility, public place, or private property. Engages, letter C, engages in acts intended to cause extensive interference with or damage or destruction to critical infrastructure. Letter D, develops, manufactures, possesses, acquires, transports, supplies, or uses weapons, explosives, or biological, nuclear, radiological, or chemical weapons, and release of dangerous substances, or causing fire, floods, or explosives, when the purpose of such act, by its nature and context, is to intimidate the general public or segments thereof, create an atmosphere or spread a message of fear, or to provoke or influence by intimidation the government or any international organizations, or seriously destabilize or destroy the fundamental public, the political, economic, or social structures of the country. Now, if this were a terrorist act, if done in pursuit of a political belief, would they be covered by the amnesty?
Mr. President, I believe that there's no, hypothetically, Mr. President, what you mentioned is prospective offenses. Because at the time that this presidential proclamation, the proclamation of amnesty was signed, hindi pa po natin ipasa yung Anti-Terrorism Act.
Okay.
So, hindi po masasama because hindi covered ng Anti-Terrorism Act yung ating mga offenses. But prospectively, if these are committed, then they will not be covered under this amnesty proclamation.
Yes.
Tapos na po ito.
Yes, I see the premise of the good gentleman. Terrorist acts committed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow will not be covered by this amnesty unless a new amnesty is issued, in which case there will be a debate as to whether these are covered. But for purposes of this proclamation, those acts committed, which are the subject of the amnesty we are concurring in, would not be are not defined as a terrorist act, and therefore they can fall under the crimes under the revised penal code. Is that would the gentleman agree with that?
Yes, Mr. President. Hindi pa po kasama. Hindi pa defined as acts of terrorism. At the time that they committed.
Yes. If they are in violation of the revised penal code and it is in pursuit of a political belief, they are covered by the amnesty.
They are covered, Mr. President.
Now, My last question is, okay, the next the concurrence also states, the proclamation itself states, the amnesty granted under this proclamation shall not cover kidnap for ransom, massacre, rape, terrorism, and other crimes committed against chastity, as defined in the revised penal code, crimes committed for personal ends, violation of the Comprehensive Dangerous Act, grave violations of the Geneva Convention, and those identified by the United Nations as crimes that can never be amnesty, such as genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, torture, enforced disappearances, and other gross violations of human rights. Question, sir, what is massacre? I am not aware that there is a crime of massacre under the revised penal code.
Well, if we talk of massacre, then probably we're referring to multiple murder, Mr. President.
Right. Again, I cite as an example the MNLF armed personnel raided an army contingent. They massacred our soldiers. It is in pursuit of a political belief. Can amnesty be applied for and be granted?
Well, if it was in pursuit of a political belief, then they should be covered, Mr. President, because that's the overarching premise in
That's
pursuit
correct.
of political belief.
That's correct. Except here that in this paragraph, it would appear to cover offenses which are not in pursuit of political belief. Specifically, the proclamation states that the amnesty shall not cover kidnap for ransom because they are not for political beliefs. Rape, no way can this be interpreted as being committed in pursuit of a political belief. Terrorism, we have already discussed. Crimes against chastity under the revised penal code. Crimes committed for personal ends. A violation of the Comprehensive Dangerous Act. I have no problems with those, Mr. President. I raised the issue, however, of the non-coverage of a massacre, because a massacre, Mr. President, is not a crime. It is a description of the extent to which killings took place. So, in other words, the fiscal does not charge anybody with the crime of massacre, because that is not a crime under the penal code. They're charged with multiple murders, but not with massacre. So I'm just wondering why the legal advisors of the president and the AFP included massacres as an exclusion under this amnesty proclamation.
That I can explain, Mr. President.
mukhang now.
This is also the first time that I encounter a criminal offense called massacre, Mr. President. For my long years in the law enforcement service, wala pa kaming na-charge na massacre.
Correct, sir. And precisely the amnesty is to provide and forget and grant amnesty for crimes committed. That's why I'm raising the issue. There is no crime called massacre. There's a crime called murder.
Or multiple murder, yeah.
Yes, but massacre. Now, maybe we should reflect in our deliberations that
we will not pass this, the concurrent resolution in that regard, Mr. President, because we have no more time. Because we either concur with the House resolution or we reject altogether this the House concurrent resolution.
I beg to disagree, Mr. President, because we can have our own wording, send it to the House for their acceptance.
No, we cannot alter, no?
We may pass the resolution with a caveat
But we cannot amend anymore, Mr. President.
Yes, if we can amend the resolution, but we cannot amend the agreement. No?
Yes.
So in our resolution, we can place a caveat saying that the use of that particular word that you are talking about did not come from the Senate.
No, sir. We can say in our concurrent resolution that the Senate is of the view that massacres in pursuit of a political belief is covered by the amnesty.
Ayun, pwede pa. That is looking at the glass half full. Congratulations.
Because it, I mean, this is a theoretical discussion, but it can really happen. And I am just pursuing the correctness of the amnesty if the premise is that it is committed in pursuit of a political belief, because all those exclusions enumerated are really for personal gains, except that they included massacre, which is not a crime, but a description of the extent of the killings.
Wait, will you please repeat the proposal that you mentioned earlier?
May I express my view, Mr. President?
Oh, yes, go ahead, sponsor, please.
There's no harm done because hindi naman covered talaga yung massacre ng Amnesty.
I'm sorry?
I would say this is just a personal view, Mr. President. Sabi ko, no harm done because hindi rin naman talaga covered ng Amnesty yung massacre. So parang not counted din.
No, sir. With all due respect to the good sponsor, a massacre in pursuit of a political belief is precisely a subject, is precisely an act which can be amnestied, which is covered by the Amnesty Proclamation. Because for one, sir, when is there a massacre and when is there no massacre?
You're referring to the word not limited to. Because under the enumeration, there's no mention of massacre. But since there's a phrase, but not limited to the following, meaning it could cover massacre if it is in pursuit of a political belief.
Again, I beg to disagree because massacre is specific.
I'm in agreement with you, Mr. President, actually. Actually, I'm in agreement with the distinguished minority leader. Because his premise is that while I asserted earlier that there's no harm done because massacre, as mentioned, hindi naman ito nag-fall sa enumerated list of offenses covered by the amnesty. But then, I'll go back to the statement earlier, or the question earlier of the minority leader, that there's a phrase but not limited to the following, meaning massacre could also be included if it's in pursuit of a political belief. So I'm in agreement actually with the minority leader. I share his concern in the use of the word, or with the use of the word massacre.
So that would the gentleman agree that in our resolution of concurrence, we state that massacre in pursuit of a political belief is subject to amnesty, or that is the interpretation of the Congress, is that it is subject to amnesty.
There was a phrase you mentioned earlier that captures precisely the agreement between the two of you. Can you please repeat it? You forgot.
It's on the record.
All right, sige. We look into the records, please. Look into that, no? So that when we come to the period of amendments, we can use that into the resolution, the Senate resolution.
Okay. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
All right, session suspended. During the break, we wanted clarification because originally the presiding officer made mention of the fact that we indeed usually add or amend statements in our resolutions approving agreements or treaties. But that is the usual agreements and treaties only done by the Senate. You know, what we are tackling now is a concurrent resolution with the House. Therefore, amending it, you know, indeed, yes, we can amend it, but the problem is, because it's a concurrent resolution, either the House amends it or accepts the amendment. But we cannot amend the amnesty itself. All right. So this suggestion here, with the permission of the sponsor and the minority leader, is that you are both in agreement as far as the use of the word massacre is concerned. So therefore, if the suggestion is that we adopt a numbered resolution expressing the sense of the Senate in saying that, ano sabi ni Frank?
Massacre is not a crime.
Massacre in pursuit of a political belief shall be covered by the shall not be covered or shall be
Shall
covered?
be.
Shall be covered by the amnesty. Ayun, yun lang ang laman nung unnumbered resolution.
Well,
Resolution.
Mr. President, when I
Yeah.
propose that as an amendment to say that precisely that massacre in pursuit of a political belief is covered by the amnesty is an interpretation of what we are concurring in. In other words, what I thought we are going to say is that a massacre which are in massacre done in pursuit of a political belief should be covered by the amnesty instead of being excluded as it is being excluded. This is an interpretation of that we put on the record as an understanding of the amnesty. But okay, Mr. President, I will not belabor the issue. You know, firstly, I do not know whether the reason I'm asking this, Mr. President, is the question that I'd like to ask the sponsor: is the Mama Sapano massacre covered by this amnesty?
I don't think so, Mr. President. Remember, the MNLF troops were not responsible for the massacre of the SAF officers and men, Mr. President. Those are another group. Those were another group that perpetrated. Yes, BIFF.
Suppose they okay. If they because this is a very real question. Suppose those who were in that Mama Sapano would now apply for amnesty. The issue is, are they covered or not? They can claim that we are members of the MNLF or MILF, and we did it because of our political beliefs.
Well, there's a process involved here, Mr. President. It is not a unilateral opinion that it was committed in pursuit of their political belief. If the state believes otherwise, then their application for amnesty or the amnesty proclamation may not be granted by Malacanang, Mr. President.
Well, anyway, these are questions that I myself have no answer, Mr. President. I'm just pointing this out because I believe that the President, the advisors to the President, and the Armed Forces of the Philippines, who I assume were part of this, did not think this out long enough because these are questions that they should have anticipated and crafted the amnesty in a more precise language than what we see before us. As I said, I will not belabor the issue. That is a matter that will be subject to interpretation later on in case the actual case happens. It's just spread into the record, as I said, that to show the lack of accurateness, the lack of accuracy on the part of those who crafted this. My next question, sir, is what is the Geneva Convention of 1949? It says the amnesty shall not cover grave violations of the Geneva Convention of 1949. Again, this cannot be subject of an amnesty. Ano ho ba ito?
Grave violations of the Geneva Convention of 1949.
Yes. What is this?
What is the Geneva Convention of 1949? That is the question of the minority leader. Ano yun?
Ano ba ito?
No, we're getting the answer from... The Geneva Conventions, all right, and their additional protocols are at the core of the international humanitarian law, the body of international law that regulates the conduct of armed conflict and seeks to limit its effects. They specifically protect people who are not taking part in the hostilities, civilians, health workers, and aid workers, on those who are no longer participating in the hostilities, such as wounded, sick, and shipwrecked soldiers and prisoners of war. The conventions and their protocols call for measures to be taken to prevent or put an end to all breaches. They contain stringent rules to deal with what are known as grave breaches. Those responsible for grave breaches must be sought, tried, or extradited, whatever nationality they may hold. That is more or less in gist the 1949 Geneva Convention.
Yes. We assume, Mr. President, that with our adherence to the Geneva Convention of 1949, we enacted laws which would punish those who violate the Geneva Convention of 1949. In other words, there is no such, a person cannot be charged by the prosecutor in court that you have violated a Geneva Convention of 1949, and that guy cannot be charged of that, and therefore an amnesty can never apply. But again, this is a very loose way of crafting the amnesty proclamation, and let it stay there. But again, I'm spreading this into the record because again of the very loose way that the amnesty proclamation has been crafted. Okay. Just for the record, this can be confirmed by the good sponsor, an amnesty can never be availed of by state actors. Just for the record.
By state actors?
Yes.
Meaning members of the armed forces of the Philippines, Mr. President?
Meaning, yes, sir, including any employee or officer of the government. In other words, he acts for the state. policemen, armed forces, etc.
I have here a copy of the amnesty, grant of amnesty during the time of President Aquino, Mr. President. Section 1, grant of amnesty. Amnesty is hereby granted to all active and former personnel of the AFP and PNP, as well as their supporters who have come or may have committed, who have or may have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code, the articles of war, or other laws in connection with, in relation or incident to the July 27, 2003, Oakwood Mutiny, the February 2006 Marines standoff, and the November 29, 2007 Peninsula Hotel incident, who shall apply therefore, provided that amnesty shall not cover rape, acts of torture, crimes against chastity, and other crimes committed for personal ends.
So it can cover.
It can. I'm only citing the amnesty granted by former President Aquino, Mr. President.
With all due respect to the good sponsor, Section 1 of Proclamation, Proclamation 1091 says, Section 1, grant of amnesty. Amnesty is hereby granted to members of the MNLF who have committed crimes in pursuit of their political beliefs. And I assume the other proclamation would pertain to the members of the MILF.
That is correct, Mr. President. MILF, MNLF, and the RPA ABB.
And therefore, if you are not one of the three enumerated, you cannot avail of the amnesty.
You cannot, Mr. President. I was just responding to your earlier question that if state actors could be included. In 1090, 1091, and 1092, they are not included. But in previous amnesty proclamations, it seems that they could be included,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes. Let that remain on the record that Section 1 of Proclamation 1091 and the other proclamation pertaining to the MILF and the other group is very specific. Outside of these groups, they are not covered by, they cannot be granted an amnesty.
That is correct, sir.
It's okay. Okay, the other exclusion here would pertain to crimes identified by the United Nations as crimes that can never be amnestied, such as genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, torture, enforced disappearances, and other gross violations of human rights. May we know what this convention is? This is a very general statement identified by the UN as crimes that can never be amnestied. Can this good sponsor help us identify what the conventions, what this convention is, which specified the exclusion of the crimes enumerated? I am not against this, Mr. President. I just want to be clarified that there is such a UN resolution or whatever, a UN instrument, which says that these crimes can never be amnestied.
I guess the reference here is the Geneva Convention of 1949. But they added the phrase, and those identified by the United Nations as crimes that can never be amnestied. So since we are a signatory, I suppose, then we're guided or we're covered by these exceptions, Mr. President. under under what the United Nations has identified not to be, or that can never be amnestied. And there is an enumeration of those offenses.
Well, anyway, let that answer remain on record. I'm just asking these specific questions because these are exclusions from the amnesty, and there can be issues raised on this. But again, I would rely on the judgment of the good sponsor that indeed this amnesty proclamation is clear enough so that when it is implemented, it can be implemented properly without doubt, given the fact that these are very serious acts where where the state is forgiving and forgetting that the acts have been committed. With that, Mr. President, I have no more questions. As I said, we just wanted to spread this into the record, these clarifications, and maybe this would put the advisors to the President on the record that next time they should be more accurate, they should be more precise in their language, because these are very specific acts which are subject to or excluded from an amnesty proclamation. Thank you, Mr. President.
For the record, I concur. And we can do away with my earlier suggestion that we pass a numbered resolution to the effect. Because if you review it and it's clarified by the minority leader and the sponsor, I think the journal of the Senate will speaks for itself already. All right, so that is fine enough. Thank you, Senator Drilon, the minority leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. No other member wishes to interpolate the measure. Therefore, I move to adopt and concur the concurrent resolution numbers 12, 11, just to be sure. 12, concurrent resolution number 13, and concurrent resolution number 14.
Your motion is to
adopt.
Close interpellation.
Yes, close the
Period
period
of
of
interpellation.
interpellation. Yes, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, interpellations are closed.
And therefore move to adopt the said three resolutions.
One by one.
Okay, I'll do it one by one.
We
Mr.
have to
President?
determine the majority.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we adopt concurrent resolution number 11.
12.
12, brother, sorry.
12 muna.
Yes, 12.
All right. The secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote. Number 12.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 12. Concurrent Resolution concurring with Proclamation Number 1090 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated February 5, 2021, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Moro-Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, who have committed crimes punishable under the Revised Penal Code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political beliefs. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara.
Yes.
Senator Binay.
Yes.
Senator Cayetano.
Yes.
Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Drilon.
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Yes.
Senator Gordon. Senator Ontiveros.
Aye.
Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid. Senator Marcos.
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Pimentel III.
Yes.
Senator Poe.
Yes.
Senator Recto.
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr. Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 18 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Concurrent Resolution number 12 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adopt and proceed with the nominal voting for House Concurrent Resolution number 13. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Concurrent Resolution number 13, concurrent resolution concurring with Proclamation number 1091 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated February 5, 2021, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Moro National Liberation Front, MNLF, who have committed crimes punishable under the Revised Penal Code and Special Penal Laws in furtherance of their political beliefs. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes, yes.
Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III,
Yes.
Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. 18 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Concurrent Resolution number 13 is adopted.
President, I move that we approve as well House Concurrent Resolution number 14 as Secretary to do the
Secretary will
vote.
read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Concurrent Resolution number 14, concurrent resolution concurring with Proclamation number 1092 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated February 5, 2021, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Revolutionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, Revolutionary Proletarian Army, Alex Bongcayao Brigade, RPMP, RPA, ABB, who have committed crimes punishable under the Revised Penal Code and Special Penal Laws in furtherance of their political beliefs. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes, yes, yes.
Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros,
Aye.
Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III,
Yes.
Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 18 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Concurrent Resolution number 14 is adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Moving forward, we still have about 16 pages to go, Mr. President. Really quick, Mr. President. I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2365, Mr. President. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 2365 is in order.
Mr. President, this is the PDIC charter, and may we recognize Senator Sunny Angara May I ask our colleagues if they are going to interpolate this
May we know
measure?
the parliamentary status of the measure?
It is in the period of interpolation, Your Honor.
All right, Senator Sonny Angara is recognized. Consideration of the measure is in order.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think our colleagues have some questions. Senator Coco Pimentel and President Pro Temp Senator Recto also have some concerns they wish to address.
Senator
I believe,
Pimentel is
Mr. President.
recognized then.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, just a very simple question to ask the essence behind the measure, Mr. President.
Certainly, Mr. President. I know the gentleman is must be tired from defending from his vigorous defense of the treaties, but I'll be happy to answer his concerns.
Thank you, Mr. President. What is the measure all about? I think it's the transfer of the regulation of PDIC and to the BSP. And if that is correct, what do we intend to achieve with this change, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. Under this law, we sort of tweak the PDIC charter and attach it to the BSP because in practice, they work in tandem anyway. So a lot of the powers of the PDIC in its charter are in practice not being used because they defer to the BSP and the Monetary Board. So we aim to formalize or legalize the actual practice which is being done, whether through memoranda of agreement or through informal practice between the PDIC and the BSP, Mr. President. Some of the powers we are giving the PDIC is to, because usually when we have this thing called deposit coverage where each bank account is insured, that is one of the primary functions of the PDIC as a deposit insurer. So each bank account is insured up to 500,000 pesos. Under this proposed measure, Your Honor, we seek to give the PDIC the power to increase that amount if they deem it favorable, but not to decrease, take note, Your Honor, because we want it to be favorable to account holders and the general public, Your Honor. So that's one of those powers. And among others, we also want to give them the power to include Islamic banking, since the Chamber passed an Islamic Banking Act a few months or a year back, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President. Islamic banking operates under different principles. I think they do not approve of speculative ventures, of gambling, and of interest or purely speculative investment, Mr. President. Under Islamic banking, the transaction or a banking transaction must always be part of a underlying transaction, whether it's the putting up of a business or something like that. So it's not a purely speculative thing. So that's why there are different principles which govern Islamic banking, which is based on the principles of the Sharia law. So that's one of the things that we're giving the PDIC also the power to cover this type of banking arrangements. Unfortunately, that law we passed, the Islamic banking law, did not tackle this issue of insurance coverage for these types of banking arrangements, Your Honor. So these are just a few of the things we wish to do, Mr. President. But basically to have a more streamlined type of and harmonized type of regulation, because at present, for instance, both the PDIC and the BSP can have a veto or a say-so on the proposed merger of banks. But the practice is that really, I think the PDIC defers to the BSP when it comes to questions like this. So dito po binibigay na po natin, fino-formalize na po natin yung nangyayari talaga on the ground, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I'm just interested to know, Mr. President, what happens now to that shared power of the PDIC with the BSP under the measure? Did we now take it away from PDIC Because I think that about the merger, sir, yung say-so.
Yes, yes.
Because I think that
It will
properly.
be, it is centralized now in the it will be centralized now in the BSP, Your Honor, as well as the power of the PDIC to issue a cease and desist order, which has not been utilized a single time in practice, Your Honor, by the PDIC. So actually, we're just formalizing what is already occurring on the ground, Your Honor.
Concentrate na siya sa deposit insurance, Mr.
Deposit
President.
insurance and possible liquidation, Your Honor, because
Yes,
under its charter, that's also one of its functions. If a bank to which it has given assistance to has already failed, then it will serve as the liquidator of that failed bank, Your Honor.
Yes, that's correct. That's another important role or task of the PDIC. So currently, sir, where is the PDIC attached? Currently,
the PDIC now is attached, is dependent, Your Honor, but it differs on many aspects to the Monetary Board and the BSP, because being the BSP being the main regulator of the banking industry, so it respects that inherent power of the BSP to regulate based on its charter, and kahit meron siyang powers under the PDIC charter, it's still is very differential in practice to the BSP and the MB, Your Honor.
And what is again the structure, Mr. President, of the PDIC? How does the PDIC make a decision?
Well, it operates as the PDIC chair is currently the Department of Finance Secretary, and the vice chair is the PDIC chairperson, Your Honor. And the BSP governor is a member of the board. But under this proposed amendment, there is a bit of musical chairs where the chairperson will be the BSP governor, and then the vice chairperson will be the Secretary of Finance, and then the member will be the PDIC chairperson, Your Honor. So there is some role reversal or switching of roles, Your Honor.
But still, the concept is that the PDIC is governed by a collegial body and decides on its own through the board.
Yes, Your Honor. The board is still the primary decision-making authority of the board, and it still maintains. But the goal really under the proposed amendatory bill, is really to have the PDIC concentrate on deposit insurance and liquidator functions, Your Honor.
It's one final question, sir. The move to attach it under the BSP will not mean that PDIC decisions are now reviewable by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Independent pa rin po siya to decide on its two main tasks, which is deposit insurance and liquidation of banks.
I would like to think so, Your Honor, because it still has a board. That board is still appointed independently of the BSP. It's the president who appoints the board members, except that maybe the BSP will be playing a bigger role because the BSP BSP governor rather, is now the chairperson of the board. So maybe he will be more influential in setting policy directions. But he's not the sole decision maker, as you pointed out, Mr. President.
But there's still value to being a board member of the PDIC because your vote matters because
Yes.
that comes to the decision of the PDIC and it's not reviewable by a higher authority. You're just
Yes, sir.
attached
Yes, sir.
to the BSP.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Thank you to the sponsor for your patience.
Most welcome to our
very
brilliant
satisfied
Bartap Natcher from Cagayan de Oro, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
The President Pro Tem is reserved to interpolate. Senator Recto, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I requested the Majority Leader and the Chairman of the Committee if I could be given more time to study the measure because I thought that on the agenda today would be a very important bill as well, the ratification of the RCEP. And most of my time was spent in studying that particular treaty. And I'd like to put on record, and again, my request to the chairman of the committee that I be given a little more time to study these amendments in the PDIC charter.
No problem, Mr. President. Most willing to accede to the request of our distinguished colleague, Mr. President.
All right then, Majority Leader.
Therefore, Mr. President, it's only Senator Rector, I believe, that's left, so we can suspend the measure today.
Any objection? Hearing none, suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving forward, move that we consider Senate Bill consider Senate Bill number 2233. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
This is the foundlings measure. I believe this is very special to several of our colleagues, particularly Senator Grace. May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpolate a distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senator Risa Ontiveros recognized. Senator Pia Cayetano to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the chairperson of the committee, may I proceed with some clarificatory questions? Very short, because Her Honor and I have been discussing this anyway, so just for the record, actually.
Yes, please proceed, good gentlewoman, and thank you for all the work that we've done together so far, and I look forward to continue doing so moving forward tonight.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, in the declaration of policy, it states that the state recognizes the generally accepted thrust of international law to reduce and prevent statelessness. It shall protect any child with unknown parents by ensuring a natural-born citizen status consistent with our Constitution, the United Nations Conventions on the Right of the Child, and other relevant instruments and generally accepted principles of international law. So I would just like to stress for the record, Your Honor, that to me, this is one of the most important provisions in this bill. This is one reason that we need to prioritize this. We cannot have a situation where a child who is already separated from their parents for whatever reason, nawala, kinidnap, kung anumang reason, pinamigay, whatever the reason is that the child is without a parent, at the very least, the state should recognize them as their own. So I would like to just spread that into the record, and I can see Her Honor nodding her head that I think we both would like to point out that this is a very important statement in the bill, Your Honor.
Indeed, Mr. President, and I thank the good gentlewoman for once again emphasizing this. I believe at least one other of our colleagues, Senator Coco, in also shepherding the passage of another treaty against statelessness, also recognized the value of this bill that we are interpolating, particularly in terms of eliminating statelessness for children. There are also other bases in international law. For example, Article 7 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which establishes the right of the child to a nationality and shall ensure the implementation of these rights where the child would otherwise be stateless. So I'm happy to note, good gentlewoman, Mr. President, that also this bill that we are now interpolating on the foundling is in the same spirit as the CRC seeking to uphold the right of the child to a nationality.
Yes, and just to, I'm going through the bill, no? So Section 5, basically, that was the declaration of policy that I read, and Section 5 basically is the actual statement and the reiteration of that policy. So just to put that on record, Your Honor, that we're in full support of these provisions. So, you know, for those who in the years to come will be studying these laws that we pass, it's important to emphasize that very clearly Section 5 states, as a natural-born citizen of the Philippines, which we consider a foundling to be, a foundling is accorded with rights and protection at the moment of birth equivalent to those belonging to such class of citizens whose citizenship does not need perfection on any further act. So there is nothing left for a foundling to do. That child at the moment of birth is a Filipino. And of course, there are other provisions later on which I don't have any problem with. But it's even more than a presumption, Your Honor, because it's basically the fact that the fact of birth and the fact that this is a founding, this child is a Filipino by birth. So we're okay. I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to emphasize that statement. So my concern, as Her Honor already knows, is Section 6, which is the status of legitimacy. I've made of record my concern, which really echoes the concerns also of advocates, that this provision, which I believe is found in the House version, a foundling, and I'm reading it, a foundling shall be recognized as the legitimate child of the finder from the time of his or her birth, provided that before such recognition, the DSWD shall conduct a preliminary assessment, etc., etc. So, as Her Honor knows, I have amendments on that provision, and precisely why we are taking this up now, because both Her Honor and I were ready last December to discuss this, but we felt that it would just be simpler when the domestic adoption law is adopted, and then we can just refer to it, because our objective is to follow the process in the domestic adoption law. But all we are saying here is that the finder may now apply following the domestic adoption law procedure. And the reason for that is the reason we cannot do away with that process is because we also have to protect the child, no? And to be clear, we want to be sure that there would be no cases of trafficking. There might be malicious intents here. A baby or a child could be kidnapped and then dalhin sa isang bahay and then sabihin, ako finder nito, ako na magulang nito. No? So we don't want that to happen. So that is why in the period of amendment, we will have amendments, and we are submitting this to Her Honor's office. But in principle, I believe we've already discussed this.
I confirm that, Mr. President, a good gentlewoman. Again, I believe that the motivation of this provision, Section 6, is the best interest of the child. I'm sure that is also the motivation of the author of the bill, of which this is the main content. The good gentlewoman will recall, and I wish to narrate, Mr. President, that we tried to temper it by including safeguards like the requirement of preliminary assessment by the Department of Social Welfare and Development. But still, having said that, we accede to legal concerns that have been raised. And we are, for the record, Mr. President, good gentlewoman, we are willing to remove this provision during the period of amendments, cognizant as well of the issues raised about it by the Department of Justice. So for the record, Mr. President, good gentlewoman.
Yes, thank you. So the amendments that we will submit to her office, and they're actually already ready, I've been working on it since December and just fine-tuning it, are very simple. They just basically make reference to the domestic law. So aside from deleting it, we're just making it clear that it's now the domestic adoption law that would govern, and filling in some gaps, no, because there are specific provisions not found in the domestic adoption law that would be specific to the foundling. So we will submit that, Your Honor. Just saying the basis for this, so we don't have to be explaining anymore during the period of amendment. I'll move on, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, for the record also, as I was the chairman of the Committee on Women and Children about a decade ago, and the author and sponsor of the Foster Care Act, we also take note that there may be a need for alternative childcare in the interim. So just giving the sponsor a heads up that given that we didn't see any provision to that effect, we will also be making an amendment on that item, Your Honor.
And that amendment, good gentlewoman, Mr. President, will be very welcome. We do intend to to service amendments that further align this bill with RA 116421 on the Domestic Administrative Adoption Act. For example, establishing the NAC as the agency with jurisdiction over matters involving foundings. And this has already been cleared with the DSWD and the ICAB, which will transition into the NAC after 3 years. The good gentlewoman mentioned a transition, and indeed, the NAC will have jurisdiction over foundings, but during the 3-year transition period, it will still be the DSWD. So the amendments that the gentlewoman intends to introduce will be very welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe, Your Honor, one of our amendments would also be on the adult foundlings with no foundling certificate, just to simplify it, consistent also with the purpose of the bill, that obviously we want this foundling, even though that person is already an adult, to still have the recognition that they need, but to simplify the process because adult na po siya, no? So with Her Honor's permission, we'll make that amendment as well.
Again, that will be very welcome, Mr. President, at the proper time, through perhaps a transitory provision that all the benefits of this act shall also apply to duly registered foundlings, but have failed to reach the age of majority without benefiting from adoption procedures.
And Your Honor, I know that well, one last point, Your Honor. Yeah, in section 11, it refers to reclaiming of parental authorities when the biological parents of a foundling are identified and express the desire to reclaim. So I noticed that there's no provision on the desire of a parent who did not voluntarily relinquish, but they still. So sorry, just to be clear, there may have been a voluntary relinquishment of authority, and there may have been involuntary, nawala yung bata, no, whether nakidnap yun or basta nawala. So again, with Her Honor's permission, we will make amendments to just make that clear, because there are already provisions in the domestic adoption law on the certification that a child is already available for adoption, the CDCLAA. So we'd like to just make it consistent with that, because technically what is being observed by practice internationally and even locally is that once that certificate of availability is already final, there really would be no reason to revert to the birth parents unless there's really compelling reason, because that is meant to give a degree of certainty in the adoption process. So just to clarify that, we'll submit amendments as well.
Thank you, good gentlewoman. Again, Mr. President, that will be very welcome, because indeed there is still a need for the issuance of that CDCLAA, or the certificate declaring a child legally available for adoption pursuant to Article 3 of the Administrative Adoption Act. And the sponsor is very glad to make our growing package of bills and laws having to do with the rights and welfare of foundlings and other children who are adopted, consistent with each other, or harmonized with each other.
Thank you. And Your Honor, that's it. I had wanted to keep this short and sweet. So we will submit to your office the amendments. I think most of them have actually already been discussed with your staff. And perhaps during the period of amendment, we can just explain a few, the background or the reasons, if it's even necessary, Your Honor. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, good gentlewoman. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Next in the list is Senator, to interpolate, is our distinguished colleague, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. But just like Senator Recto earlier, Mr. President, I would like to request the sponsor if she could give me more time to study the measure. But rest
Certainly,
assured,
President.
I am in full support of a measure which will reduce the possibility of statelessness. I think this is one such a measure, right, Mr. President. So we just discussed the treaty on the reduction of statelessness, and this for sure is pursuant to that treaty. We could cite this to international fora as the Philippines' contribution to the treaty. However, from the point of view of a lawyer, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor,
Mr. President.
my staff and I have identified some areas we need to ask questions on so that we can ensure the successful implementation of the law or the program, and maybe avoid even some challenges on the constitutionality of some sections. So if I could be given just a little more time, because I also spent a lot of time preparing for RCEP and the treaty. So if that's possible, Madam Sponsor and Mr. President.
Very possible, Mr. President. And I would welcome the contributions of the good gentleman to indeed ensuring that foundlings and their parents will have the full support of the law in their establishment and sustenance of their families. Thank you, good gentleman. Thank you, Mr. President.
One question to guide me in coming up with the final set of questions. The sponsor mentioned earlier that a certain section will be will be deleted or amended. So may we know that section so that the questions directed at that section may be minimized, Mr. President?
That would be Section 6, Mr. President, entitled Status of Legitimacy.
Yeah, that could be quite a controversial section, because a lot of the questions submitted by lawyers are concerning Section 6, Mr. President. So thank you for that guidance. So the sponsor is open to amending Section 6 or deleting Section 6 entirely?
I have made it of record, good gentleman, that I am willing to actually remove this provision during the period of amendments.
Okay, so with that manifestation, Mr. President, can I kindly suspend my interpellation, Mr. President?
May I just make a comment, Mr. President?
May you recognize Senator Cayetano?
Senator Cayetano, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. To expedite the process, with Senator Hontiveros' permission, I could give a copy of my amendments to Section 6, because I support the deletion of that entire provision, but I have amendments that would clarify the process that I could provide Senator Coco with the copy. I work actually closely with Senator Coco's sister, who is an adoption advocate and a long time very active member in the community, safeguarding the interests of the child. So I can provide him with this as well for his perusal, because we may have encountered the same legal issues actually in my mind, from a legal background, and also some familiarity that we have with the adoption process. So I'll do that, Mr. President, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, good gentlewoman. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much,
President.
Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to ask questions further, we'll put this priority again tomorrow with the promise to the good sponsor. So with that, I move to suspend consideration of the measure. Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Next item on the agenda is Senate Bill number 2449. I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2449, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration 2449 is in order.
This is the trafficking of persons, strengthening protections against trafficking against persons. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Risa de Veras, and ask our distinguished colleagues if they have any questions or interpolations on this.
Senator de Veras, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I believe Senator Pia Cayetano would like to be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I just want to manifest that the original concerns I had were addressed. DOJ submitted the official position paper and the committee has adopted the proposal. So we have no further queries or concerns, Your Honor. We thank the sponsor for accommodating the same. Thank you.
Thank you, good gentlewoman, and for your contributions to the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Indeed, this is very important. We are a country that does not adhere to trafficking of women and children. Therefore, Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate. May we close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Is the distinguished colleague ready for amendments of the measure? Or
Yes, Mr. President, if they would be in order tonight.
yes, may we move, Mr. President, to open the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open.
May you recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, for any committee amendments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. These amendments are refining amendments submitted by the Department of Justice, which we are fully adopting. First, on page 10, line 19, after the phrase one another, insert the phrase, provided that in all instances, the right to privacy of the victims and their families must be respected and protected. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Second, on page 10, line 21, delete the phrase, in investigating violations of this act involving the use of the internet and other digital platforms, period. The sentence shall now begin with, a law enforcement officer may, and so on. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Third, on page 12, line 10, after the phrase Wiretapping Act, insert the phrase and Republic Act number 10175 or the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Fourth, on page 12, line 10, after the word record, delete the words the act of exploitation, abuse, or violence against them, and replace with transmit and perform any other acts directly or indirectly related to the reporting of any violation of this act committed against them. Taking the amendment in items 3 and 4 together, the paragraph shall now read, provided that victims of trafficking in persons of whatever age shall not be liable under the provisions of Republic Act number 4200 or the Anti-Wiretapping Act and Republic Act number 10175 or the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 if they record, transmit, and perform any other acts directly or indirectly related to the reporting of any violation of this act committed against them. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fifth, on page 14, line 11, delete the word child and replace with the word victim. The phrase shall now read, so that the victim may claim compensation therein. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Sixth, on page 23, line 17, remove the sentence, it shall disallow entry of foreign nationals who have been blacklisted or placed in the watch list status for having committed sex offenses against women and children or similar activities as trafficking in persons and OSAEC in any jurisdiction. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 24, line 6, delete the words who are stateless and replace with those asylum seekers, refugees, stateless applicants, and stateless persons. I so move, Mr. President.
Any
So,
objection?
I forgive me, Mr. President. So that the sentence shall now read, adopt measures and policies to protect the rights and needs of victims who are foreign nationals or those asylum seekers, refugees, stateless applicants, and stateless persons in the Philippines, and foreign NGOs caring for and protecting victims. Initiate training programs in identifying and providing the necessary measures for intervention or assistance to victims or NGOs protecting victims. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And last but not the least, Mr. President, on page 26, line 16, delete the phrase, including the prohibition against the entry of convicted human traffickers, and put a period after alien administration laws. After the period, insert a new sentence. It shall disallow entry of foreign nationals who have been blacklisted or placed in the watch list status for having committed sex offenses against women and children or similar activities as trafficking in persons and OSAEC in any jurisdiction, so that the paragraph shall now read, F. Bureau of Immigration, BI, shall strictly administer and enforce immigration and alien administration laws. It shall disallow entry of foreign nationals who have been blacklisted or placed in the watch list status for having committed sex offenses against women and children or similar activities as trafficking in persons and OSAEC in any jurisdiction. It shall adopt measures for the apprehension of suspected traffickers, both at the place of arrival and departure, ensure stronger border protection against human trafficking, including but not limited to the regulation of visa upon arrivals, and shall ensure compliance by the Filipino fiancés or fiancées and spouses of foreign nationals with the guidance and counseling requirement as provided for in this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if the good President will allow, may I be allowed to move to close the period of amendments?
What does the majority leader
Yes,
say?
Mr. President, no other member listed to provide any amendments. Move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments closed.
Thank you,
President,
Mr.
move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2449.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Bill 2449 is approved on second reading.
Maraming
Congratulations.
salamat,
once again.
Mr. President. Marami pong salamat. Ay, dagang salamat, Madjo.
Yes, congratulations po. Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measures suspended.
Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa had mentioned that he would just sponsor the other measure on the private security tomorrow, as well as I believe Senator Pimentel is not yet ready to defend the creatives industry of the Philippines, as his staff had mentioned. Maybe just take up a few local bills, Mr. President, if it's all right. Yeah, thank you. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6333.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
I recognize Senator Francis Tol Tolentino.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
I believe no members listed to interpret, but I believe the minority floor leader. This is the issue of the San Jose Del Monte Bulacan. May we recognize the minority floor leader, Mr. President?
Minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to spread on the record a few matters. If the gentleman sponsor will yield the floor to just one or two questions.
Willingly, Mr. President.
Is my understanding correct that there is no additional holiday that is being proclaimed, but that the existing holiday, which is September 10, if I'm not mistaken, the existing special holiday, to the existing special holiday will be added another occasion. if I may just refer to the committee report, just where's the agenda? 1 minute suspension, sir.
Session suspended.
We just confirm for the record that House Bill number 6333 under committee report number 157 does not add any special non-working holiday to the existing holiday, but adds the celebration of the Tanglawan Festival, the celebration of the Tanglawan Festival on the existing September 10 holiday, which is being observed on the occasion of the Foundation Day of San Jose del Monte. Is that a correct understanding, Mr. President?
You're correct, Mr. President. Your Honor, you're correct. The addition of the nomenclature of the mode of celebration was just the mere addition. You're correct, Your Honor.
With that, we have no longer have any further question.
Thank you very much to our hello. Thank you very much to our dear Minority Floor Leader. With that, I move to close the period of amendments. Period of interpellations.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of that place closed.
Move to open the period of amendments and ask the gentleman sponsor if there are any amendments.
There are no committee amendments, Mr. President.
Therefore, we move to close the period of amendment.
Period of amendments closed.
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6333.
Any objection? Hearing none, House Bill 6333 is approved. Second reading.
Move to suspend
Will the
consideration.
distinguished gentleman place the presiding officer as co-sponsor of the measure?
As well as me, myself, as well, Mr. President, Senator Zubiri.
Willingly, Mr. President, the
All right.
Majority Leader as well as the Senate President will be co-sponsors of the measure.
And before Senator Joel will get mad at me because he's the senator from Bulacan together with a former senator from Bulacan because Valenzuela is no longer in Bulacan. May we also ask Senator Gatchalian and Senator Villanueva to be made co-sponsors, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr.
City
President,
Council, the measure suspended.
As well as
President.
Senator Binay and also Senator Kiko
From
Pangilinan.
Angat, Bulacan.
Thank
From
you.
Manga and
Senator
Bulacan.
Pangilinan from Central
Thank you.
Luzon.
Mr. President, moving forward and to suspend consideration of the measure.
Yes, we already approved the motion.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8380.
Any objection? Hearing none. Go ahead.
Once again, I believe the Minority Floor Leader would like to raise an issue or a question on this measure. May we recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Franklin M. Drilon, our Minority Floor Leader, who sponsors Senator Tol Tolentino.
Senator Dino sponsor, Senator, the Minority Leader, Senator Drilon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Will you gentlemen yield to just one or two questions?
Willingly, Mr. President, the Minority Leader.
Under Republic Act number 8256, a non-working public holiday in the province of Davao Oriental has been provided for and decreed. And the law says in all municipalities of Davao Oriental. Is my impression correct that there became a problem? There was a problem after a municipality, became a chartered city. Is that a correct?
Yes, Mr. President, Republic Act 8256 was indeed enacted May 5, 1997, declaring a special non-working holiday from the entire province of Davao Oriental and the municipalities therein. But, Mr. President, on March 24, 2007, one municipality was converted into a city. And this is now the city of Mati under Republic Act 9408. Thereafter, Mr. President, for purposes of clarification, the local government unit of Davao Oriental, through the representation of Congressman Almario, proposed this measure, Mr. President, to clarify once and for all because of the inclusion of Mati after almost 10 years, Mr. President, so that it would be encapsulated in that Republic Act 8256 as one of the one component city that should be likewise included in the holiday declaration, Mr. President.
In view of that explanation, Mr. President, and it appearing clearly that this holiday is already existing and that this is a clarificatory measure which will affirm that the holiday before enjoyed by the municipality of Mati will now be enjoyed by the city of Mati. We have no further questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I move to close the period of interpellation as nobody wishes to interpellate.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and ask the sponsor for any amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the committee will not propose any amendment, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with that, I move to close the period of amendments.
Period of amendments closed.
President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8380.
Any objection? Hearing none, 8380 is approved in second reading.
And Mr. President, can we be made also co-author, co-sponsor of the measure as not co-author, but rather co-sponsor? All members that are present here today, as well as those present online, Mr. President.
All right, manifested.
Thank you very much. Move to suspend consideration of this.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5682. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 5682 is in order.
Mr. President.
Minority
Senator
Leader.
General would like to be recognized.
Mr. President, I have a few questions on this measure. I have discussed this with the good sponsor. I just want to spread into the record a few items. And if it may please the majority leader, can we take this up as a first item tomorrow so that I can spread the answers to my question on the record and we can vote on this measure tomorrow, Mr. President. If
Okay,
I may.
Mr. President, I absolutely have no problem. We will suspend consideration of the measure.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
And for the benefit of our dear colleagues, we only have, may I ask a favor if we can just go until the number 18, which are the bills of Senator Villar on the hatcheries, as I committed to her that she'll sponsor today. After the number 18, we can take the rest, Mr. President, tomorrow. I can move the rest of the local bills tomorrow, if it's all right with everyone. Because the other bills of Senator Gatchalian and Senator Joel that are going to be sponsored and Senator Grace are in the reference of business. And the reference of business is 25 pages long. Kawawa naman po kung babasahin pa ng ating secretariat. Pero tapusin ko na lang po itong page 4 up to item number 18, if it's all right with our distinguished colleagues. So,
Well,
Mr.
if there are
President,
no interpretations, we can do that.
wala naman po, sir, kasi
Go ahead.
local bills naman po ito. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration House Bill number 7435.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, no member, this is the multi-species marine hatchery to be set up in Libon. Oh, this is the this is the town of my mother, Mr. President. Kung sa Bisaya pa, walay pabor-pabor. But, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none. Closed.
Mr. President, I move that I would like to ask these sponsor, Mr. President, and open the period of amendments if there are any amendments.
Senator Villar, any amendments?
There are no amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with that, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7435.
Any objection? Hearing none, 7435 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, again, with the distinguished colleague, I hope she will agree to make me a co-sponsor together with all our members that are present today, Mr. President, online and the plenary.
I'm very happy with your co-sponsorship and the others. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Move to suspend considerations.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I move to consider House Bill number 7544.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 7544 is in order.
This is the setting up of a multi-species marine hatchery in Puerto Princesa. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. I move to close the period of interpolation.
Period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor and open the period of amendments for any amendments.
Any amendments, Senator Villar?
We have no amendment, Senate President.
Therefore, we move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period amendments closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7544.
Any objection? Hearing none, House Bill 7544 is approved on second reading.
Once again, Mr. President, may we ask the sponsor if we can be made the co-sponsor of the measure on the hatchery bills, all members that are present today online and on the session hall. If it is all
You
right.
are most welcome. Thank you for the sponsorship.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The move to suspend consideration. We thank you.
Consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill number 7547.
Any objection? Hearing none, 7547 is in order.
This is a satellite multi-species marine hatchery in the province of Iloilo. So, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. I move that we close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, move to recognize the sponsor and open the period of interpolation, amendments rather, if there are any amendments.
Any amendments, Senator Villar?
There are no amendments, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7547.
Any objection? Hearing none, House Bill 7547 is approved on second reading.
Once again, Mr. President, we'd like to ask the distinguished sponsor if we can be made a co-sponsor together with the members present online and plenary together with Senator Joel, particularly Senator Drilon, because this is a creation of a hatchery in Iloilo province.
Senator Drilon?
Yes.
And me also, Mr. President, Senator Grace.
Can we put on record if the lady will accept our co-authorship of the measure?
You are
Senator
most
Drilon and
welcome.
Senator Drilon and Senator Poe, and all the manifested by the majority leader. All right?
Thank you.
Yeah, including Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor, and Mr. President, move to suspend considerations.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2044.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order, 2044.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor for any amendments.
Senator Villar, for any amendments?
There are no amendments, Mr. Senate President.
I think sa committee report yata, ma'am, meron yata ang amendments. That's
Parang
what they're
wala.
saying here.
Is this the egg capital?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Capital.
Parang wala.
It's in your report. It says you are replacing the phrase declaration of policy with the phrase egg basket of the Philippines. And
That's okay with me.
two other amendments.
Hindi nila sinabi. Yeah.
Do you have a copy
Can
with
we
you,
just
Senator
put
Villar?
it, if that is the amendment, that the COMSEC, they didn't tell me. So I move for those amendments.
Yes, maybe I can do it for you, ma'am. One second.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
and
okay,
proceed,
okay.
Majority Leader.
Because they did not tell me that.
We can read it for you here.
Okay, thank you.
Within the period of amendment, the majority leader is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the permission of the sponsor. On page 1, line 6, replace the phrase declaration of policy with the phrase egg basket of the Philippines.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page after line 8, insert another section which shall read. Section 3, repealing clause, any law, comma, presidential decree or issuance, comma, executive order, comma, letter of instruction, comma, rule or regulation inconsistent or contrary to the provision of this act is hereby repealed or modified accordingly, semicolon, and replace section 3 on line 10.
Wait,
Yes,
so
I so moved,
any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Then replace section
Finally.
3 on line 10, same page with section 4. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Okay.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Alarm
We'll
si
close the
Reggie.
period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2044. Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill 2044 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, move to suspend consideration.
Consideration to measure suspended.
President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1978.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill 1978 is approved. In order, I should say.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. I move that we close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, we recognize the sponsors, Senator Cynthia Villar, and open the period of amendments for any amendments on the Abaca capital of the Philippines.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized for the period of amendments.
There is no amendment, I think. There is no amendment, Mr. President.
In the committee report, there are 8 amendments.
My God. Sino nag-amend?
We can
It's
read
okay,
it.
it's okay, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, don't worry. I will read the
I
amendments.
think those amendments are typographical error and they're making amendments without telling me. Okay.
But I'll do it
Can
na
you
lang,
read
Mr.
it,
President, just to be sure.
Majority
Well,
Floor Leader? Yes.
It looks like very substantial amendments, but let's go on.
Opo,
Majority Leader, go ahead.
Madam Sponsor, I
Yes.
will do it for you, Madam Sponsor.
Okay, thank you. Sus
Uh,
Maria.
Do not forget me when you're in paradise, ma'am. Just
I
kidding.
don't forget anyone.
Mr. President,
Okay.
moving forward on
Page
page 1, line 4, replace the word Senate with the word state.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 1, Mr. President, line 6, replace the word initiatives with the word industries.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 6, before the word human, insert the words of, the word of.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 9, on the word recognize, replace the letter D with letter S. The word, before the word development, insert the word its, I assume.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 11, after the word map, delete the word in and replace with the word of.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 15, before the word status, delete the word the and replace with its. And after the word status, delete the word of and replace with as.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, insert a new section 3 after line 18, which shall read, Section 3, repealing clause. Any law, presidential decree, or issuance of executive order, letter of instruction, rule, or regulation inconsistent or contrary to the provisions of this act is hereby repealed or modified accordingly.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And finally, replace Section 3 on line 20, same page with Section 4.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Yeah, these are mostly style amendments, Mr. President.
Editorial amendments.
Editorial
Some of it.
amendments. With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1978.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Bill 1978 is approved on second reading.
Once again, Mr. President, if we made co-authors of the measure, I am a big believer of Catanduanes, and I've seen their Abaca industries there. If the sponsor can also make us a co-sponsor.
I and even Senator Pangilinan, I think. So you are very
all the
much
members.
welcome. And all the members.
And,
All those present
present online
physically
and
and online. All right.
I'm very happy to accept all your co-sponsorship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. With that, we move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and the Majority Floor Leader.
You're welcome.
Very welcome,
much.
ma'am.
Thank you.
So just a reminder, Mr. President, or dear colleagues, the rest of the measures that we did not take up today, we'll take up tomorrow. Of course, by I guess I will have to choose the ones that we had suspended earlier as at the top of the list, and then to take up the local bills also right after. My apologies once again to Senator Joel, Senator Grace, and Senator Sherwin. It's just that if we need to read the reference of business to be able to pass these other measures, which would take up a lot of time, as there's 25 pages for the reference of business. So we'll take this up tomorrow. So, Mr. President, again, thank you very much to our distinguished colleague and the Secretariat for a very fruitful day. Particularly you, Senate President, thank you so much, sir, for presiding.
My pleasure.
Sir, with that, I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, January 25, 2022. Maraming salamat po.
Any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of January 25, 2022.